Thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that. It reverted to a previous state. Holy shit. Okay, we're fine. It reverted to a previous state and I didn't check it. Huh. Alright. Continue a quest. Adventure Log 1, Dad. Glad thou hast returned. All our hopes are riding on thee. Before reaching thy next level of experience, thou must gain 1,412 points. This game has score. Bilbo, see me again when thy level has increased. Goodbye now, Dad. Take care, and tempt not the fates. We're going to be tempting all kinds of fates. Mainly because we need to get... Hey, Texamosis, how are you? Yeah, we need to get points. So probably the easiest way for us to get points is to go to... We need a bunch of points because if we, Hey, Phase. Oh, timer. Thank you, Dana. Thank you, Dana. Good thing the timer is just a suggestion, really. For me, anyway. So, wasn't that Lander in, Xanac Manual as well? So, we're just gonna take every encounter we possibly can, because every few points helps. What we're gonna do, though, is we're gonna go over to Rimuldar. We're gonna go to Rimuldar, and we're going to, we're gonna grind near there for a bunch of experience and money. When we get enough money, we're gonna go down to, not Hawksness, the other one. Hawksness is a ruin, right? So we're gonna go to, oh, it's in this thing. It's in this thing. What's it called? We're gonna go to Charlock. No, Cantlin. One of them. I don't know. We're gonna go to the town that isn't the ruins, and we're gonna get the magic sword. Wait, what? Did I mess this up? Oh, I forgot. There's like a little juke there. But yeah, there's an area down here where we can run into the same enemies that we would run into near the other town. But the town near here has a way cheaper inn. So we can just use the inn where it's cheap, and that way we'll build up money to get the flame sword. We'll only use the flame sword briefly, but it'll still be useful for the amount of time that we use it. But mainly we just need a couple more levels. So we're gonna be doing this mostly Wolf Lord. And yeah, basically we're gonna...
My God, that's fantastic.
AD. Basically we're gonna, we're gonna be doing these encounters in this area because it's like the safest, easiest place to do it. Because if I walk a few steps north, I'll be back in like easy enemy territory. Yeah, Wolf Lord would be a really good metal band. They might already be. They might already be. But these enemies typically take about 2 hits. They don't hurt us greatly. It's possible, D. Anything's possible. Everything's been said before. Sometimes there's meat. That's good. Now the problem here is that we're getting like 20 experience from the Wolf Lord. How much does a Wraith give? I mean, if you ever stop imagining things, imagine how dreary life would be. 17 from the Wraith. So that means nominally we have to do what? Like, oh, real software. Yeah, we can do a real software. We could probably do a real software while we're playing the game. Give me a second, though. I am gonna go park my character somewhere safe. Then we'll look at our real software. I'll pick a good one out of the bin. Yeah, there's a little square wall. That's I think that's Cantlin. The like lore dump town. Oh really? Interesting. But yeah, let's pause the timer. Pause the timer here. Let's go to the games bin. I'll be right back. Oh wait, I got some games right here. Let's go with this one. We got a Genesis game. We had a Genesis game, fairly early one. Focus camera. Focus. Sega Genesis. Anyway, here we go. Here it is. Here it is. Contra in space. Cannot stop me with Paramecium alone. Yeah. We've got Forgotten Worlds. Forgotten Worlds. Excellent game, in my opinion. I wouldn't call it a Section Z wannabe. I think it's kind of its own thing. Not certain. I guess maybe, like, did Burai Fighter come first? Was it a sequel? I suppose it could be. But I remember this game. I remember thinking this game was cool as shit. Like, when you... I think it's... Is it level 2? When you get to the end of level 2, the boss is, like, 4 screens tall. And it's basically... It's like the head and hands kind of thing. I think that was the first, like, really memorable, gigantic boss. 6-button controllers had not been invented yet, D. This was a very early Genesis game. I think this would have come out 89 in the US, or very early 90s, something like that. Was like within the first year for sure, and it played really well on the Genesis. I remember liking the game in the arcade. And then playing it on Genesis, and like, it was one of the first times that I was like, this is really like the arcade experience at home, and kind of cemented that feeling in my mind of like the Genesis as the like home arcade machine, which wouldn't be surpassed until I played Neo Geo sometime later, but. I also had a habit in Forgotten Worlds. I would I would always skip all of the early power-ups and try to get, like, the big gun early. Because there's one route you can take, I think, in the pyramid, where you encounter one gun that you can only buy there, and it costs, like, 50,000 or something, so you have to have not bought anything up to that point. And it's, like, the second best gun in the game, third best. After maybe, like, the tracking lasers and the, like, whatever the gun is before the tracking lasers, like Super Vulcan 2 or something. But yeah, that was like one of the earlier examples to me of like the skip all the power-ups so you can get the super good thing later. But it made the game way harder to do that, so it was kind of a wash because you couldn't kill as much stuff with the crappy starter gun. I'm sure there's some ideal path through, but I never learned it. But yeah, the other thing is there's something special about this cart, specifically. Notice anything missing? Or anything extra? There's no screws in it, and the cart is held together with electrical tape. Yeah. I don't remember why it's the case, but like a number of my Genesis games, well, a number of the games that I have in general, there's weird things about it. Like this perfectly normal Ghouls and Ghosts. Perfectly normal. Nothing weird going on here. There you go. There's a real software. I've had that one since probably its release day. There's NES. There we go. We can start the timer back up. But yeah, very normal, very normal game that I've had for a while. I like it. You know, I think it's a really good game. And I think that the Genesis version of it is an excellent version of it as well. Hey, Abs, how's it going? We're, grinding. You're looking at a fake software right now. Yeah, I finished Forgotten Worlds just normally. It's not like once you know like the upgrade routes and stuff and you know like how to spend your money and where to sit for each of the fights, it's not a terrifically difficult game, I don't think. Oh, Ghouls and Ghosts. Yeah, I finished Ghouls and Ghosts normally as well. That was a long time ago, though. I suck at Ghouls and Ghosts now. Fucking, what was I gonna say? Oh, software. Okay, Bryce. Wetware. Someone was saying about look at a real hardware, and it's like you get to look at a real it's watching the stream. It's just that's what it is. You're always looking at a real hardware. In the later films, Wario was played by John Hurt. I will continue making that joke. I was gonna say I'll continue making that joke until somebody gets it and laughs, but I think 10 Elements already did. Nicolas Cage as Waluigi, yeah. Nicolas Cage or Hey, Arcade Ren. How's it going? Yeah, playing Dragon Warrior 1. I don't know, Arcade Ren, I don't know if you saw this. The Nintendo Gamekeeper. Nintendo Gamekeeper. Which is this little booklet they offered back in like 1990 as part of Nintendo Power. And it basically had all these different games in it. Batman. And, yeah. And so, back in 1990 or whatever, I guess 10-year-old me went through and rated all these games, but, like, I had only completed most of them, or I'd only played most of them. I think I had only completed about half, maybe? I've since completed more of them, but, it was like... I was like, you know what? Like, I wrote the ratings down. I'm certain I never finished Batman. I haven't played these games in a long time, so what I'm doing is... Wait, I don't need to do that. What I'm doing is I'm going back through, playing all the way through the game, and then re-rating it. In the current year, you know, now 30 years later, and seeing how my opinions might have changed over time, see if the games have held up over time. Dragon Warrior's interesting. A big thing about Dragon Warrior to me is I got Phantasy Star 1 before I got Dragon Warrior. So Dragon Warrior was kind of weird to me. Like, it was a lot less captivating because it didn't have that, like, graphical fidelity that Phantasy Star did. It wasn't nearly as impressive. But this game still, I think this game still kind of holds up. To me, this game fits in with the likes of, like, Miracle Warriors and stuff. Yeah, like, it was a huge game. Well, it was a huge game well before it came to the US. I think it was still a, like... It was still a, it was still a, like, in terms of compared to its contemporaries, I think it was, like, I think it's still, like, a pretty good game, given the time it was released. But in the US, it's, like, it wasn't cutting edge in the US. But in Japan, it was, because it was, like, I don't know, what, 3 years before... Phantasy Star in Japan, or 2 years, I think. And I think that makes a big difference. Hydelide's another game like that was late in coming to the West. So it's like, first console JRPG. Well, okay, JRPG, yeah. I'm not sure. I haven't done a lot of research into early console JRPGs. Dragon Stomper in 82. X1 to the NES in 85. Yeah. More like Boko Sucker Wars. I haven't actually played it. I haven't played it. But yeah, there was, in terms of console RPGs, there were earlier ones in the West. There was, fucking, Crypts of Chaos on the VCS that was a first-person RPG, like, tile-based dungeon crawl type game, which had Dungeon Explorer. I would have thought Dungeon Master, yeah. Dungeon Explorer is a cool game, but I see more similarities with Dungeon Master. Yeah, first console JRPG. I guess depending on how you, it's fine, Arcade Ren. I'm glad you're having a good time. Glad you're having a nice, relaxing evening. So, yeah, it's weird how you define it, right? Like, because, what you call it? Dragon Slayer is the first JRPG, but is it because it's the first RPG in Japan, or is it the first RPG that kind of the first RPG from Japan that follows a specific kind of stratified format, right? It's like there's a lot of I don't know, variants in terms of how you would kind of define that stuff. Is Panorama Toe a Japanese RPG? It has all of the elements you would ascribe to RPGs, but it doesn't exactly play like one. Right, it was super influential. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Bill. Panorama Toe. Yeah. Panorama Island. You call this a vacation? No! I call it Taco Island! Yeah, it's a weird thing, right? Like, it's a question that it's like, it's not as it relies on like kind of specific oops, I'm asleep. It relies on specific definitions and like what those definitions actually mean. So yeah, exactly, right? Like it's less contentious than what the fucking what's the one that always bugs me? Oh right, it's the Samus is the first female game character thing. That bugs me so fucking much. It's just, it's such a stupid thing because it's so lazy. It's such a lazy thing to harp on and to say. But it's like there are so many there's so many counter examples. Fucking Barbie predates Samus by what? 3 years? Fucking Baraduke predates Metroid by several years. Right? Yep, Ms. Pac-Man. So, it's such a stupid, lazy thing. But no, I'm saying, like, as specifically, there's like a 1984 or 1983 Barbie game in which the player controls Barbie. That's what I'm saying, is that, like, yeah, Puyan in 82. That's what I'm saying. It's like, it's such a lazy thing to go for. Yeah, Barbie 84, right? And it's like, there's a female main character in a game. It's like, it's such a fucking lazy thing to do in terms of, like, well, I meant first popular one. It's like, you fucking kidding me? Like, so many of these games were popular before Metroid. Yep. Yep. There's, What's the thing I'm thinking of? Isn't there a game on Atari, on the VCS? A kind of early game where you play as some girl who's just, like, trying to get home or something? God damn it, Phil. Oh, wait, I've got plenty of fucking heals. I only have 4,000 gold. I think I need, like, 20,000 for the sword. The problem is, I don't think there's a better place that I can reliably farm XP. Because if I go out of this area, instead of doing 8 damage, they'll start doing, like, 30 and kill me in 2 hits. What's that? It's a fucking... It's a, like, pretty impressive VCS game. That's, like... I just need more levels. I need at least one more level so that I can, reliably put the, Axe Knight to sleep. Yeah, I think my favorite in the series is Dragon Quest III. So Dragon Quest III is a game I never beat. I never finished Dragon Quest, or Dragon Warrior 3, because it's so fucking long. It's so long. And, like, I got to, What is the game I'm thinking of? Dragon Quest 4, Dragon Warrior 4 is even longer. Because I got to, I would always get to Baromus, and I'd be under-leveled, and I'd be like... I'd, like, get to him, and... I'd get to Baromus, and I wouldn't be able to kill him no matter what. And, like... I would have already done a whole bunch of grinding, and, like, just be like, oh, I have to go back and grind even more? I already thought I was over-leveled for the shit that I was doing. And yet, I was not over-leveled. I would take every fight in Baromus Castle, too. You know, it's interesting. I think it's probably... I feel like it's a similar... I feel similar about Dragon Warrior 1 to how I do about Miracle Warriors. I think I like Miracle Warriors a little bit more because I think their monster design is cooler. But they're both games that you can just kind of like, you can just kind of take it easy, you know you're gonna be doing like the same stuff no matter what. Yeah, Barbie for boys. I wish I could fight those metal scorpions. Because the metal scorpion fights are, It's always weird to me when I think about G.I. Joe because, like, when I was growing up, the, like, small-scale G.I. Joe was what G.I. Joe was. And so, like, I never really thought about... I never really knew about the larger, earlier G.I. Joe. So, well, like, when I saw that, I was like, what the fuck is this? But I mostly had, like... I'd like my elder brother's hand-me-down G.I. Joes. So it was like... It was like, I had to, like, scrounge working arms and legs from the stuff, so I had these weird, like, Frankenstein G.I. Joes. And, like, I learned how the rubber band inside the legs worked, that I could repair those. Well, sometimes. Sometimes. Sometimes they were beyond repair. Yeah, and then when you take them apart, when you take the screw out of their back, they just, like, explode. Which is, I mean, how real humans work. If you unscrew the thing in the middle of our backs, we just explode. Our torso explodes. Much like the, was that game called Dark Woods or something? The Dark Woods man, the little lore master, who horribly explodes into chunks of flesh, and then, turns into a skeleton, and then his skeleton explodes. Yeah, you'd need some really, really strong elastic. Excellent move. Final Fantasy 1 runs. We're going to be playing Final Fantasy 1 eventually. We're going to be playing Final Fantasy 1 eventually. Got that on deck. I got to figure out what kind of party I'm going to use for that. Because, like, I always want a, what is it? Like, I always want to go with, like, Thief, Black Belt, White Mage, Black Mage, but I think that might be a terrible party if you're not very good at the game. It also might, like, lock you out of using the best weapons in the game because you don't have a fighter. Well, of course, that's your party phase. But yeah, like... Is there something, like, seriously wrong with that party? Ninja can use all weapons. Hell yeah, we did it. Courage and wit have served thee well. Thou hast been promoted to the next level. My power increases by 8. Thy response speed increases by 8. Thy maximum hit points increase by 8. Thy maximum magic point increase by 1. I like that it... Thy maximum magic point increased by 1. I has learned a new spell. What spell did I learn? I learned Repel. I also learned Return. It had grammar for single entities, but it was fucked up. Like how it matched it. Save it now. Yeah, the start is slow with black belt, with thief, black belt, white mage, black mage, right? Whoops. But later on, like after class change, they're really good, right? That group. Or is just like, is it better to just have a fighter, a warrior, whatever they turn into? 2,989 experience points. Now tell me of thy deeds so they won't be forgotten. Yes. Continue your quest. Yes. Goodbye now, Dad? Take care and tempt not the fates. Fighter, black belt, black mage, white mage. What does ninja do differently? What do thief and ninja do differently than fighter other than, like, be worse? Low level black magic. But that's it? They don't get, like, more attacks per round or more dual wield or something? Oops. Hey, Glavius, how are you? Can fast themselves. Wait, can you only cast fast on yourself and not on other party members? Good to hear. Oh, it's targetable. Then why wouldn't you just have your mage cast it, I guess, right? Like, having a black mage cast fast on a warrior is probably better than having a ninja cast fast on themselves. Black mage isn't casting nuke. Yeah, nuke is a good spell. If you've only got 4 letters for a spell, nuke is a good one to have. Okay, I can fuck up wyverns now. Giant numbers. So I might do, I might then do, what would it be? I do not, Dana. I never played that much Bard's Tale. Bard's Tale's on my list of, like, it's on my list of, like, games to eventually play on PC Day. Mibble. Oh, right. We don't want to fight here. Arfie. Were there any really good ones that had, like, I don't know, fart? Nuke. Oh, werewolf. We probably don't want to fight werewolf. Yeah, no. There's a reason why I fucking saved before going on this journey. It's merely a journey of discovery. Whoever was saying it before, Mibble. What do we have to do here? We have to use the key, right? We have to use the key to get into the stupid shop. It's this one up here. See the tater. Okay, the flame sword is 9,800 in the... Fuck, we need the silver shield for 14,000. I'm playing from a flashcard. I had the original, I don't know, like, release day version of the game. I would go for any and all RPGs I could get my hands on because there were so few on consoles. Yeah, we need to double our golds. And do I still have my Dragon Warrior cart? Hold on a second. Pause timer. 1 second. Ugh. Well, not in the most likely place anyway. It might be in another box somewhere. I don't remember if I still have my Dragon Warrior cart or if I only have the Dragon Warrior 3 cart still. A bunch of stuff just kind of went missing over the years. Presumably, like games I loaned to friends or traded or swapped with people. I never liked the idea of selling my games to a store, or just selling games in general. So usually it was only like, I would only barter, trade. Like, hey, you have a game I want that you don't play, and I have this game that you want that I don't play. Kind of stuff. I think I got... I forget if I got or I lost Iron Tank and Slalom that way. Which, I'll be honest, not a huge loss, either one of those. Iron Tank was weird to me because, like, that game is fucking impossible. I don't know how they expected anyone to ever win that. But yeah. Hey, Darth McPee Pants. I remember I had like, this plays exactly like the one I remember, so I don't know what the difference between this and Revision A is. This is the this is the version I remember. So everything about it plays the same. But some minor text stuff. Do you know what any of the specific text stuff is that they changed? 'Cause I might be able to identify whether I had that originally or not. And if I had it originally, there's a good chance it's hiding somewhere in a basement in New England. I can't think of a better place. Marmot, thank you for the 10 bits. ECRF. Yeah, let's take a look. Let's check a look while we grind. Oops. Used graphics, regional differences, saving, sprites and graphics, ending other differences, revisional differences. Trademark 2 or trademark of Nintendo. Oh. X is down here. Yeah, no, this is the one I had. Yep. I had this version of it. I remember that very clearly. Thy hits decreased by 7. Yeah. Saves 1 frame, compounded over heaps of battles. Yeah, no, I got mine. I don't think I was even subscribed to Nintendo Power when they had that promotion, because I think that was later, right? Like mid 91 or something, a couple of years later. I don't remember that promotion at all. But yeah, I remember giggling at it when I was a kid. Thy hits decreased by thing. Like eyelash itches. Yeah, I'd say at least 3/4 of the time spent on this game. Thine points of hit. Thy hits shall have brought thee low. I suppose that's why you want to enter a single character name in a speedrun, is because it's going to print out the extra characters, and that takes time, right? If you have a single character name, it might save you a frame. Is there a character name that's longer that gives you better stats per level up? Yeah. Is there a longer character name that gives you a better stat growth? I wonder. Because single exclamation point is like the best for speedruns, right? Something like that. There's only 4 stat growth profiles, okay. Link is one of the common ones. That's funny. I wonder what my stat growth looks like at level 15. If that's the good profile or not. Oh wait, I'm barely hurt. What am I doing? Gold man. Whoops. So we need the shield. I think the shield, because the shield... The silver shield doesn't get obsoleted by the armor or the sword. I wonder if the RNG manipulation that the task does is human repeatable. It is! That's funny. Is it something that only works in the speedrun, or can you like introduce it in the middle of a battle? Like when you do the Axe Knight fight. Because you can do... If I'm not mistaken, right? Like if you're doing the... You do the speedrun route, you go and you just walk down and you fight a metal slime with no equipment or anything. You get no encounters along the way. You fight a metal slime 33 times. It's all buffered from power on. Okay, yeah. So you can't just, like, start doing it in the middle of a... You go to this... Go to a battle and, like, get an instant crit every time. It's like, what's the name of that, What's the name of that thing in Final Fantasy XII? Satangrat? Where you, like, start the game, you, like, cast heal until the certain number shows up, and then you soft reset, and then you load your game, and you go to an area, and you open a chest, and it always contains the best weapon in the game. Yeah, 15 frame window is pretty big. Yeah, in, wait, why is this red? Why is this red? Why is it blue? Why not? Where's view stats? What am I dropping? Where's the stats window? No lag there. I love that OBS has a little window that tells you, it gives you a color, and the color doesn't actually mean anything. At all. Nothing at all. Yeah, no, the little light on OBS went red. And it didn't mean anything, but I was, like, noticing it. Anyway, yeah, so in Final Fantasy XII, there's a bow called Satangrat, I think it's called, like Seitan Grat or something like that. Wait, Seitan Grat or something like that? I don't know. Something like that. It's the best bow in the game. It's the best weapon in the game by, like, a factor of 10 or something. It's extremely powerful. And the way you get it is there's a section of the game where you, like, take an airship from one area to another. And you... During the trip, if you walk out onto the deck, there's like a 1 in 100 chance that an invisible chest will spawn in a corner that is like extremely out of the way. There's no NPCs there. There's nothing interesting looking there. It's just a nondescript corner. And there's like a 1 in 100 chance that the chest will be there. And then, if the chest is there, there's a 1 in 32,000 chance or something. I don't know. It's some astronomically high number. There's like a 1 in something thousand chance that the chest will contain the weapon. And there's a way that you can... Yeah, there you go. Fabulous knows. Fabulous knows. By the way, Fabulous, how's your computer doing? Everything back to normal after resetting stuff? Double the range of all other long-range weapons. No, it's still there. I thought it was still there in Zodiac. At least for Satangrat. Hey, Fractal Mind Mike, how are you? It's going alright. We're just doing the Dragon Warrior thing. Grinding. Yeah, there's... It's still there. This is offset, isn't it? This is offset by a few pixels. Hold on a second. Nice. And the GPU worked after just reseating it or whatever? Input settings, thank you. I don't know why the numbers are different. I don't know why the numbers are different for this capture card. Yeah, NVMe is a big upgrade. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure the one for Satangrat is still in there. And it's like, the way you do it, the way you trick it is like, because the random number generator in the system is based on a, Mersenne twister or something. So, it's basically just feeding a series of numbers in order to everything that requests a random number. And then it loops. And there's a way to trick it into, Yep. In some ways... it seems like Zodiac is even stupider than original 12. But, the chest stuff in both versions of Final Fantasy 12, reek of overly self-congratulatory game designers. Or directors, or whatever you want to call them. Hey, Rusty. Yeah, Wolf Lord. Where it's like... There's even an interview where like, talking about the chests, the director of the game was like, hee, I'm so clever. I've made it so that players don't need to worry about whether they get good loot from a chest or not, because it's, everyone will have a different experience, and there's no need to, grind or worry about getting every chest. Yeah. 1% chance to spawn, 20% chance of containing an item, 5% chance on top of a 20% chance on top of a 1% chance of containing the item you want. And once it's opened, the chest is gone forever from your save. So you have to save scum it. Unless you manipulate the RNG to always get the item. So, Yeah, there's an interview somewhere with the director of the game basically saying like, "Whoa, I'm so clever. I'm so clever. Look what I've done. This is so good." So you know, they did that on purpose. It wasn't like, "Hey, we didn't really think about the design of this, of how this system would work." No, a lot of games use pseudo RNG that works that way. Real RNG in games is kind of rare. I don't know if B&U is here. He could probably talk more on it. Wait, I've got 1,000,000 hit points and unlimited magic still. Why am I even worried about this? There are reasons why you would want to use a Mersenne Twister instead of, like, a clock-based RNG. There are reasons on both the, like, having your RNG be a little bit predictable is good. Doing it for performance and memory reasons is also good, depending on how frequently you're drawing on random numbers. Like I said, I'm only programmer enough to know that there are reasons. Hey, there you are. I mean, it's easy. Just sample cosmic background radiation every time you need a random number. Ship the game with a thing that plugs into the controller port, a radio antenna that plugs into the controller port. But yeah, I believe there are reasons, especially like in the era of like PS2, there are reasons why you would want to RTL SDR. What is RTL SDR? I don't think I know that. Satisfying sound when you get the critical hit. Ah. The video capture of lava lamps, interesting. What was the thing? What was the thing that I saw recently? I mean, I'm already a minor infrared warlock. I use it for the most mundane thing, though. It controls the OSSC. Do physical simulations of dice. Why do I need a license for Houdini to run this game? $14,000 is what I needed. No, Havoc is too inaccurate. Some real dice. It's got a little dice tower in it. Every Every time it needs a random number, it 3D prints some dice. Oh, Alucard, maybe you would know. Maybe you would know. I've been trying to figure out relative performance between non-RTX and RTX cards with TensorFlow GPU, specifically. Yeah, it's a little pachinko machine. It's just got little slots for 0 and 1. And it generates it bit by bit. Oh, no worries. It's been impossible to find, like, any kind of actual metrics of performance comparison. Like, this operation... Oh, ho, ho, ho! Although, hey, with the kind of manipulation you can do to RNG in Konami games, maybe we should all go to a casino. Casino speedruns. So, I haven't been able to find anything that's like, this operation takes this many seconds on a 1080 Ti, and it takes this many seconds on a 2080 or a 2080 Ti or 3080. Nobody publishes that. It's like... Oh, I know. There was, Hey, Lurk Love, how's it going? There was, what was it? There was, like, some famous story about, like, a mathematics professor or something. I still have, like, all my hit points. I don't understand. Some, like, mathematics professor in his class went to Vegas back when, like, cell phones with cameras were, like, kind of new technology. And they, like, figured out a thing where they could, like, take a picture of the roulette table and determine what was going to be the winning number or something. With, like, some relatively quick calculation. A relatively simple calculation. Like, they could determine where the ball was going to go before bets were called. And so they would, like... They went for a weekend... And, like, they had some rule among their group that was like, if you win this much, you stop playing. And then we'd go to a different casino. And they won, like $25,000 each. And, they won, like, $25,000 each and then moved on. And then, like, after they published their paper on it, like, immediately casinos banned cell phones at tables. V20 at 8 megahertz. Interesting. Yeah, this game is, I mean, we're at a point in the game where we've advanced very quickly beyond all the stuff that you're supposed to do, because I kind of remembered where all the stuff was in the game. So we didn't have to, like, wander around wondering what to do and back and forth between towns, which would have given us a bunch of levels. So we're doing it at kind of the safest, most efficient spot now. Oh man, Diablo 2. I have mixed feelings about Diablo 2. I am the true sense of the word ambivalent about it. I really like Diablo 2. But there's some stuff that they changed from Diablo 1 to Diablo 2 that, like, really irks me. Like, okay. Diablo 1, let's face it, Diablo 1 was just a prettier version of Castle of the Winds. Right? It was just a prettier version of Castle of the Winds. Diablo 2 changed a lot of stuff, and made it far less of a, like, traditional kind of... what's the word? Tabula rasa type character. So your character was more strictly defined right from the outset than in Diablo. And that was one of the things I really liked about Diablo, was it's like, you can grow your character in whatever way the game, not dictated, but like, whatever direction the currents bore you, that was kind of what you got and how your character developed, where a lot of stuff was predetermined in Diablo 2. And I'm not sure how I feel about that. Like, Diablo 2 is a fantastic game. It had such really cool stuff, like the way it generated, like, the special items, and like the way that it generated maps and stuff was all really, really good. It felt good to play up until the 3rd chapter. But overall, it left me feeling like... Diablo 2 left me feeling nostalgic for Diablo 1. And I think that's one of the reasons why I enjoyed it so much, was I had such a good time with Diablo 1. I played fucking... had to be like hundreds of hours of Diablo 1. Which, like, at that time, like, putting a couple hundred hours into a game at that time seems, like, weirder. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. And like, they went even further with that in Diablo 3, which is one of the things I think I dislike about Diablo 3 even more, is they're like, here's one of like 6 to 10 destinations for each of these classes. And it's gonna be, you're gonna get here eventually. Everything you do up to the last bit doesn't matter. Because what you're gonna do is you're gonna get this set of items, and then you're gonna keep re-rolling these sets until you get the, like, highest numbers on this specific set. Because if you play with something that isn't this set, then you'll be unable to proceed in the game's, like, power meta. Then it's like they even managed to make it feel like, I don't know, Path of Exile. Every time I find something that's good in Path of Exile, I feel really clever, right? Like, I'm like, ooh, I'm like, oh, did I miss a critical hit? In Path of Exile, I always feel like, ooh, this does so much damage. They must not have planned for this, right? They must have, there it is again. Excellent move. It is dodging. They must have overlooked this. There's so much stuff in this game that they couldn't have possibly foreseen how this particular thing that I'm using interacts with other stuff. And that, like, for every class, there's like 10 of those, right? And if I were to go on the wiki, I could read a build guide on how to get that exactly. But I always felt clever in finding it. But in Diablo 3, it was like, use this set. If you don't use this set, you suck. Or it's like, use one of these 4 sets for this class, otherwise you suck. And that felt just like, I don't know, degrading. Like, thanks for making up my mind for me, game. I didn't really want to pick the stuff that I used. And then there were some things that in Diablo 3 that were like, yeah, the currency system it could be better. I think some of the stuff they planned for, right? Because, like, specific things in Path of Exile don't work. And then when they don't work, you're like, oh, this doesn't work because this doesn't count as an attack because it doesn't hit. It just applies a damage over time effect. So it's only affected by these other things that apply to damage over time. So I can see the, like, upper limit of where this is going to scale based on this stuff until I get this other ability set here that does this thing that's specifically for this. And then you're like, oh, okay. Okay, now I can see where this, like, gets into the design portion of it. But Diablo 3 never even felt that way at all, ever, because it's like, none of the new skills they added actually works. That's good. That's good. What was I gonna say? Diablo 3, on the other hand, like, I found a cool thing that I wanted to do in Diablo 3, but there were no items that supported it, so it was pointless. Which was like, I took the wizard, and I set up the wizard with the clones. Oh, yeah. Some of the super high-end stuff is like, there's definitely, like, planned and didn't plan. Like, what was I gonna say? Wait, I need $600 more, don't I? Shit. Oh man, Titan Quest physics. Let me tell you a cool story about Titan Quest physics. 800. I can get 800. I can get 800. So one of my favorite builds in Titan Quest only applies... Okay, two things. Number one, it only applies to, like, the earlier build of Titan Quest because they changed how physics impulses worked in one of the patches. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Ashen Circle. Yeah, the thing in Diablo 3 that I did was I did Wizard. I picked the 4 clones skill. I picked, what was it, like, Meteor, Black Hole, and something else. As the other, what, you get 4 skills, right? So I picked the 4 longest cooldown skills that I could find that did the highest, like, burst damage. And so the only button I ever hit was the clone button, and the clones would all come out, and whenever the clones came out, their cooldowns were reset. And because there were 4 of them, they didn't last as long. So they would all just cast the long cooldown spells, and then disappear, and then I would cast the clones again because their cooldown was less than all the skills I had. Which was really cool. And then there wasn't a set that boosted the damage of that by 1,000%, or, like, that made it go, like... Yeah. The sets don't work with the way you want to play the class, so you can't play the class that way. You can only play it the way that they specifically set out. Alright, back to Titan Quest. Titan Quest physics. So they changed the way physics impulses work in Titan Quest with one of the later patches. It might be the community patch, it might be the final patch. Oh, that's a large number of... That's a large number of hits. He woke up. I hope he dies this turn. Good. So... The previous patch. We'll just call it the previous patch. With the good physics. My favorite build was the one where you pick Storm Warrior or something. You pick, like, whatever the lightning one was, right? You pick that, and then you pick that, you, oh, I hit him. 1 damage. You pick that, and then you pick the first skill, which is that, it adds 1 to scaling number. Whatever the scaling number is. Oh, it's done well. Only got 5 gold, but I got 115 XP. That's good. Am I gonna die here? But yeah, you, no! Don't put me to sleep. Okay, got him. 108 gold. Yeah, so, what was I gonna say? You pick Storm Warrior. You pick the skill that adds 1 to X lightning damage to your melee attacks. And then you max out that skill in the first area, like your first 2 levels. You just put points into that specific skill, and so it does like you do like 1 to 100 damage, additional lightning damage, and because it calculated the physics impulse from based on the amount of damage you did. You would hit the, like, goatmen with a club or something, and they just go into fucking orbit. And then, like, literally, like, 10 seconds later, they would fall down out of the sky. It was fantastic. Excellent move. Backwards Dragons patch. Can I sleep this dragon? Oh. I don't like this. How about if I run? Good. I like Grim Dawn. I think Grim Dawn is good, yeah. A fan of Grim Dawn. Okay. We'll heal. We need 300 more gold. We need 220 more gold. Man, ducks are dangerous. Let's put the wizard to sleep. Yeah, it goes straight up in the air. That was always the best, is like... Okay. Can I sleep the green dragon? Yes. Is it possible? Okay. So, is it possible in Shining Force to, like, level up Yogurt until he's useful? Is that a thing you can do? Or is he simply a joke character? Come on. Oh man. Can you imagine if Yogurt had extreme wibble? Because he's a hamster? Silver Shield. Did the turtle in Shining Force, like, do the, what's the thing, Hey, Graphicus. Yeah, it's interesting. You can actually pause this game. It's interesting, like, kind of where this game ended up falling in terms of popularity. Somebody... Oh, 2 minutes ago. Tisma, thank you for the look at a complete real software. We're at a perfect time to do that. Just got our silver shield. It's funny in this game, especially. The ye old English in this game was purely a decision of the translators, and apparently the original director of the game was like, "What the fuck? What did you do to my game?" Because it was supposed to be like whimsical and kind of silly, and they really detracted from that, making it like, thy lies shall have brought thee low. All right, a complete real software for Tisma. What do we have? Let me think. Here's one. It is silly in its own way, but it's like... No, this game was sold. It was sold. The version that I'm playing now is actually the version that was properly sold. The later revision was given away. Anne! How's it going, Anne? How are you? Nice to see you. How's things going, Anne? We're gonna look at a real software, a complete real software. This is a well-known one. We got Crazy Taxi. The Dreamcast. Yeah. Crazy Taxi! Grab the wheel and prepare for the craziest cab ride of your life. Massive interactive courses, including an all-new course developed for Sega Dreamcast TM. Play 3 game modes, Arcade, Original, and Crazy Box. Choose from 4 unique taxicabs and 4 unique drivers. Rocking soundtrack from hit bands Offspring and Bad Religion. For some reason, I misread Bad Religion as REO Speedwagon. Crazy Taxi, the smash arcade hit, comes to the Sega Dreamcast. Weave your way through crowded streets, across sidewalks, and even underwater in a wild and frantic race to deliver passengers on time. In Crazy Taxi, time is money, and only the craziest of cabbies earns their fare. That's good, Anne. That's good. Oh, we got a doodad after this. Excellent. And then, yeah, we've got the inside. We got the disc. We got Rippin' Riders. What does that say? Yeah, Rippin' Riders snowboarding, which is well remembered. We got the disc is not in great shape. Not the best of shape. I can't really show it though because they literally don't show up. And nothing really on the inside of the case there. And we've got Rippin' Riders. Rippin' Riders snowboarding. And let's see. What's that? Capture card hates what? How do you capture Dreamcast stuff? I capture, I use a VGA output for 480p, which runs into this matrix switch, and then the matrix switch straight out into capture. Previously, I used the OSSC to upscale the 480p. So yeah, thank you for purchasing Crazy Taxi. Compatible with the VMU. Basic controls, crazy maneuvering, mode selection menu. Arcade original mode, crazy box mode, options, records, save, load, cabbies, customers. You might try, it's probably because it's, yeah, you could also try, like, if you have a scan converter, or upscaler. That's a possibility as well, yeah, it might be out of spec. But something like an upscaler will put it into spec. Let's see. Oh, man, I didn't realize this, check this out. In Crazy Taxi, you can use the Dreamcast controller or the rally wheel, sold separately. I didn't even know there was a wheel for the Dreamcast. Should have figured, though. Wonder what that costs. Maybe get some like my fishing rods. The soft reset. Doesn't say how to do the thing. Okay, here we go. Crazy maneuvering. We got crazy maneuvering. It's just pictures of the same cab. The different cabs, actually. Crazy dash, crazy shift, crazy back dash, crazy back drift. First release both the accelerator and brake. Then just after shifting into drive, press the accelerator. Crazy drift. While moving forward, quickly shift into reverse, back into drive while cutting the steering wheel to the left or right. Quickly shift into reverse just after executing a crazy dash. To do the crazy backdash. While moving forward, quickly shift into drive, Back into reverse while cutting the steering wheel to the right or left. Shift into drive. Huh. Mode selection. Mode selection menu. Arcade in this game mode, play using the same course as the one featured in the arcade version. Original, select this game mode to play using the specially designed Dreamcast original course. Crazy Box, fine-tune your cab driving techniques by clearing each of these unique mini-games. Options, record, save, and load. Arcade/original mode. Play by arcade rules, work for 3 minutes, work for 5 minutes, work for 10 minutes. And there's no time bonuses. You get time bonuses if you play by arcade rules. The third-party guns are better in North America for the Dreamcast. Driver selection, game over, save menu, game flow. Pick up a customer, drive to the destination, drop off the customer. Real simple. I like that. I like that simplicity of their game flow here. There's nothing too complicated. Different colors of each of the customer dollar icons indicate the relative distance to the destination, while the size of the stop zone around the customer indicates the relative difficulty involved getting there. Distance to destination, easy, hard. Weird that, like, red is short and is near and easy, and far is green and hard. Time limits and total earned fare. Base fare, tips, bonus fare. Earning tips, crazy jump, crazy drift, crazy through. Combos, speedy, normal, slow, no bonus. Bad, appears when the customer jumps out of the cab without paying. Purple. Bad X, yeah. Crazy Box mode. There's mini games. Crazy Box mini games. Size hard, yeah. Crazy jump, crazy flag, crazy balloons. Burst all the balloons on the field within the allotted time limit. Crazy drift, crazy turn, crazy bound, crazy rush, crazy jam, crazy pole. Options. Records and save and load. They're very standard, these things. But here we go. Cabbies. We've got Axel, Gina, Big Dick Joe, and Gus. Axel is 21, male, 6 feet tall, 158 pounds. License plate 1NOM155. Meaning, I don't make mistakes. Yeah, you might recognize these characters from the famous Sega mobile game, Sega Heroes. Axel, this wild guy is known for having a hot and quick temper. His only reason for becoming a taxi cab driver is that he considers being a cabbie the coolest profession. Axel always shows his customers a good time while driving his 60s-era classic cab, earning big tips. In the process, for him, cab driving is the ultimate career. What a moron. Gina. If Gina could be described in 2 words, without a doubt, those words would be cool and sexy. With a strong passion for cars, her reason for becoming a cab driver is simply, because I get to race around in my car all day. While she's not so concerned with amusing her customers per se, she sure is timely. When asked if she'd be happier as a race car driver, she just laughs and replies, "But it's such a rush to race through the traffic-laden streets. I could never give this up." Big Dick Joe. Always friendly and cheerful, that's BD Joe. For him, driving a cab is a line of work in which he can make people happy. Happiest when he can bring a smile to the face of customers. BD is a master of both driving and conversational techniques. Even when not driving his cab, BD Joe is well known as an accomplished performance artist. He can throw together some lids and drum cans and using a pair of drumsticks and blow you away with his musical prowess. Gus. Oh wait, I didn't get the license plates for each person. Gina's license plate, 5XE515, meaning you know what it means. And BD Joe, license plate number 2HOP260, always ready to get crazy. Hi, Breakfast Secrets. Welcome. Crazy Taxi idle click game. Gus. License plate 0NLY777. Meaning only aim for the big jackpot. Gus is a handsome in a melancholy sort of way drifter who typifies the term cool. He holds the unique distinction of being the originator of the crazy style. In his youth, Gus was a wild and uncontrollable hooligan, selfish to a fault.
What could they want from me?
Trekkies Unite, thank you for the follow. He hated to lose and always had to be number one at any and all cost. Customers. Oh man, we got our customers. Oh man, Gazillionaire, what a game. Love Gazillionaire. Let's meet a few of the customers. Rachel, Dan, Cindy, Grandma Jay, Biff, Kim, Buzz, and Pierre. Cindy, this young, pretty college student is a psychology major who just loves junk food. Rachel, currently working as a hospital volunteer, this young woman dreams of becoming a doctor someday. Dan, a graduate student of economics. Dan is in the process of writing his thesis on the economical impact of the fashion industry on world markets. Biff, a baseball fanatic who never misses a game. Biff travels by helicopter to watch his favorite baseball team in action whenever they are playing away games. Grandma Jay, keep your eyes peeled for this feisty old lady. Those loud and colorful pajamas on Ms. Jessica are sure hard to miss. Kim, this tourist is always running from one famous landmark to another with a video camera in hand. Smile. Buzz, a hardcore-loving punk rocker who has a habit of suddenly appearing in the most unexpected of places. Pierre, a hopeless romantic young man who spends all his time and money chasing women. Another day, another date. And then we have manual credits. And then notes, in case you needed to keep notes about Crazy Taxi, and write all of your passwords in there. Draw maps to your favorite dungeons. Write down where to buy all the good equipment. But there you go, a complete real software, Crazy Taxi. I got this secondhand when I got my Dreamcast back in 2000 or something.
BD Joe, yeah, we gonna have some fun.
Ultimo, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you for the 100 bits. All right, now we got a doodad to look at. Let me find a doodad. Yeah. Yeah, secondhand in 2000. Something like that, 2000. It was before I got the PlayStation 2, I'm pretty certain. There we go. I got a doodad. We got a doodad here. This is the kind of thing that we don't get to look at in depth that often. This is the Maxis software toys catalog. What year is this from? 1992. It's 1992 from Maxis. And we've got the ordering information on the back. How to order by various means. So we've got order toll-free, order by fax, order by mail, shipping charges, overnight delivery. It is possible to receive your order via second-day or overnight delivery. For second-day service, add $6 to the standard shipping charges listed above. For overnight service, add $12 to the standard shipping charges listed above. Payment, U.S. funds only. Check, money order, Visa, or MasterCard. Purchase orders valued at $50 or more will be accepted from schools, universities, and government agencies. California residents add state and local sales tax. Maxis guarantee. 90-day warranty. Extended to 2 years if you send in your registration card. And a 90-day return policy. Which is pretty generous. Alright, here we go. Greetings, Earth creatures and others. Inside this software toys catalog, you'll find our brand new product, A-Train, the first game we've published that we didn't design and develop ourselves. We're pretty proud of our games, and admitting someone else can make a game this good really grates on our egos. But Art Dink did such a great job, ego or no, we couldn't pass it up. New versions of old favorites, including Robosport, our robot battle strategy simulation. Big news here is that Robosport supports multiplayer, multi-computer games over networks and modems. You can even play over serial or modem links with 2 different kinds of computers. An ever-increasing lineup of titles customized to run under Microsoft Windows. Our full lineup of award-winning games and add-ons. The Maxis store featuring sim posters and books written specially for our games. And then here we have it. We have A-Train, which is from Art Dink. I remember I got this game. Yeah, there we go. Focus. I remember I got this game early on. I was stunned by how to soon after it was released. I got this game, and I was kind of stunned by how it looked and played very different to anything I had played before. It's very different to SimCity. Very, very different. But yeah, it's developed by Art Dink, who's a very famous Japanese developer, right? It tied with SimCity as best simulation in Login, Japan's leading computer entertainment magazine. Sure, A-Train has trains. There's a lot more to it than making tracks. This new simulation gives you the triple challenge of designing and running a profitable railroad, growing a city, and building a financial empire. You can borrow money, invest in subsidiary businesses, and dabble in the stock market as well. 6 scenarios will take all the organizational talent, planning skill, and fiscal genius you've got. Simulated 3D graphics provide map and satellite views. Choose from 19 different train engines. Pick any of 24 OTC stocks to reap extra profits. Build apartments, offices, factories, ski resorts, amusement parks, and more. Stay informed with multiple financial and status reports. Get all the professional advice you need from the many on-screen experts in A-Train. But yeah, very interesting game. One of the earliest, very high-resolution games that I ever played, which was interesting. That had that, super detailed art. And then, as compared to, what Sim Ant and Sim Earth looked like at the time, and that's what we've got on these next pages, is Sim Ant, the electronic ant colony, which they only show part of it here, but there was you could raid the house and stuff, and steal stuff. Experimental mode, extended games. Online help, yummy caterpillars and disgusting noises is a feature. Extraordinary manual. Includes comprehensive science section. Then we have Sim Earth. Rule unlimited random worlds. Terraform Venus and Mars. flat projection, or spinning globes. Control the atmosphere, geosphere, and biosphere. Unleash volcanoes, earthquakes, meteors, and tidal waves. Guide civilizations into the future. But yeah, Sim Earth was interesting. There were like... Yeah, like these games ended up feeling a little more like, almost like toys than necessarily games. Little artificial life simulations with very strange things going on, but like, laser spider. And then we have classics. Or we have the classic, one of the classics. We got this. We've got Sim City, the city simulator. Very well-known game. Very different cover art than all the other sim games that would come later. And then graphics sets 1 and 2. And then there's Robosport, the thinking man's shoot 'em up. Robosport was very interesting to me, but I think I never got to play it properly. So the way Robosport works is you have these little robots that hop around the map, and you have to like So choose from 24 battlefields. Use the powerful icon-driven command language. With a simple point and click, robots can be instructed to commence in full melee. View your opponent's strategies. You replay battles via the Robo Player movie generator. Take on any of the computer opponent's 4 personalities. Challenge your friends. Use a modem or serial. You can play on Macintosh, Amiga, or Windows. And you can play between the different platforms, which was really cool at the time. Although I knew no one was a Mac or an Amiga. But the cool thing was, you give your robot a bunch of, like, conditional instructions, like you give it a workflow, and then it'll build that AI, and then it'll react that way. This is 1992, Reg. 1992 is when this was out. Sim City for Windows, Sim Earth for Windows, and Robosport for Windows. They're pushing the Windows platform games, which was very interesting. Maxis was one of the early adopters of Windows 3.1. Oh man. And then we've got books and posters. We've got books and posters here. We've got Gaia. What? Come on, focus. Focus. It doesn't want to focus. Close enough. Gaia, an atlas of planet management, official strategy guide to Sim Earth, the Sim Earth Bible, SimCity Planning Commission Handbook, SimCity Strategies and Secrets, and Master SimCity / Sim Earth. And we've got posters for SimAnt, Sim Earth, and SimCity. $6 each. And then over here, we've got the order form. Let me take a look here. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, they definitely had, like, very forward-thinking ideas, and were certainly limited by the platforms they were on. So, A-Train is $70. SimAnt is $60 on any platform. Sim Earth is $70 on any platform, except for the upgrade, which is $20. SimCity is $50 on $50 on DOS, Black and White Mac, or Amiga, It's $80 for Color Mac and $60 for Windows. $30 for Commodore 64. Robosport is $60 on any platform, and the graphics sets are $20 a piece. The books are $22. They're $13 to $23 variously, and the posters are $6 each. Plus, shipping. Shipping is $4.50, plus 50 cents for each additional item. And then second day is $6 and overnight is $12. And then you just write your credit card number on the order form here and send it along. But yeah, it's interesting, like, I find that, like, they were putting a lot of work into these games, and, like, you go back and you play around with, like, SimAnt or SimEarth and that kind of thing, and they do kind of feel a little bit like terrariums or toys. And not necessarily like they're trying to be this big game that offers this huge experience. They were just a really cool thing that they built. And yet, in 1992 money, they're charging $60 or $70 for these things. And it's interesting to me, especially because, like, a game like that today only commands a $15 price tag. And it's weird to me to see that kind of difference in value and, like, investment. Games today are cheaper than ever, and we expect more out of them than ever. And it's like, if you ever feel like big-name games at $60 are, I don't know, feel lesser than the advancements they should, it's probably because they're half the price than they used to be. I find that interesting. But yeah, 1992 Maxis catalog. I have a few of these other catalogs. I think we've looked at one before, but there's a couple of them. I might pull some of these out for other doodads if I can find them. This one happened to be right out in the clear. But there we go. There is a doodad. A nice 1992 doodad with some cool stuff. SimCity, A-Train, SimAnt. Thank you, D. Thank you for redeeming the look at a doodad. Oh. And let's get back to some Breakfast Secrets. Thank you for the beat boop. Let's get back to some Dragon Warrior. Alright, we got the Silver Shield. We gotta save the game. Yeah, it's come up a couple of times, like, Phantasy Star 1 was, like, variously 50% to twice as expensive as other games of its time. And, like, you couldn't get away with that now. You couldn't get away with making a really kick-ass game that was beyond all of its peers and sell it for, like, you know, $90. Nobody would buy it. They'd all be like, whatever, I'll just wait for the sale. And you wouldn't sell anything. I find that interesting. But at the time, Phantasy Star 1 sold incredibly well because it was so good. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like, yeah, so now people are breaking games into episodes. They're doing other stuff to make that extra profit on top of it. But again, that's because games are, like, about 100%. They're about half the price that they should be. Games should be twice as expensive as they are. And they're not. So, they're not twice as expensive. But what ends up happening is the publishers are trying to recoup that cost in other ways. Hey, Suki. So, the market is a lot bigger, right? But there's no other, like... There's no other market that I know of where the price has, the price has stayed the same over 20, 30 years despite industry expansion. Well, I mean, CDs used to be $10 to $15. This is the thing, right? $15 for a CD was high. And then when they started moving the price up to like $17 at fuck you everybody, I was like, this is fucking, this is crazy. And then I stopped buying CDs, basically, because they were too expensive. But I haven't seen a $15 CD in years. I haven't been looking, but yeah, that's the other thing is that like a lot of stuff has changed in all kinds of media, right? But that's the other thing too is that like I don't remember ever buying a VHS like new. I remember a huge price crash in media when DVDs came out. I don't know about that, internet friend. I think there are many other things ruining the industry, and Spotify's existence at all, not to mention popularity, is more symptomatic than it is causal. Alright. An X night. Sleep. The spell will not work. 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 5 to 0. Thou art dead. Thy lies have brought thee Leo. Oh man, I see Castlevania 2. So the weird thing to me is that like for sodas specifically, this a real good part of the recent Spotify article. The fuck is fit music snugly into an emotional regulation capsule optimized for maximum clicks? So the weird thing is, though, right, like, the value, this is a weird way to say it, right? the value of music as a commodity, I think, has been decreasing for years.
Why Spotify when you can read off SoundCloud? For real, does anyone else stick to listen to SoundCloud anymore? No, just me. Well, okay then.
Ghost Hall, thank you for the 125 bits. I'm trying to think. I haven't used Spotify in like, I don't know, 4 years or something? 2 years? 3 years? 3 years? 4 years? Something like that. I do use... Is it Bandcamp? I don't know. There's a couple of artists whose stuff that I get specifically on there. I don't even listen to it, to be honest. I don't listen to it. I listen to recordings I've made of video game soundtracks. But like, I support, like, I'll buy like a CFAX Acid Crew album anytime it comes out. Or, what the fuck is that, like... What's the...
Wall of fire.
Someone on this website called me a cook because my wife won't let me buy harp.
What? A kunk? What on earth? Thank you for the 100 bits, Ashen Circle. I don't understand. I don't understand why someone would... Maybe there's a joke I'm missing. Maybe there's a joke I'm missing. But, Well then, Axe Knight. Yeah. I was saying something. I was gonna say either that's incredibly rude or like it's a joke that I'm missing. I hope it's a joke I'm missing. I would prefer if someone wasn't calling you rude names. Yeah, so I started using Google Music because they had the, like... That's true. That's true also. It would be cool to have a... Oh! Drill tweets. I gotcha. Alright. I don't really see that much of drill anymore, so... A lot of that goes over my head. I have a lot of, like... video game music that I've, like, converted myself. I switched to using Google Music because it was convenient on my phone, and it allowed me access to, like, the Falcom and Sega libraries. And Google Music allows you to upload your own shit, whatever you want, and, yeah, basically the same here, Abs. The only thing I listen to is occasionally I'll listen to, like, a concept album from some, like, metal band, like the Traveler album from, the Lord Weird Slough Feg. But yeah, like, so now I'm just looking for an alternative to, Google Music because they're turning into YouTube Music and it's this whole fucking thing I don't want. But it's like, now all I want is, how do I play music on my phone from some kind of cloud storage? God, what a disaster the iPhone has been for, like, a whole bunch of things. In terms of what people will accept. I put the Axe Knight to sleep. Yes! Oh, it only took one. It only took one. It took 23 tries, but it only had to work once. Dad searched the ground all about. Dad discovers the Erdrick's armor. Take. Status. Erdrick's armor, broadsword, and now poison doesn't hurt us. I don't give a shit. I got Erdrick's armor. They still do 17 damage. Which is the funny thing, right? Like, I'm wearing the best armor in the game and I have the best shield. And I can't take a fucking... Yep, store lock-in through generation. But I'll lose all my stuff if I switch to something else. I guess you don't own any of that stuff then, do you? You don't own any of it. Okay, wait. Save. Save game. I must save. I was so disappointed. I went in... yes. I was so, I was so disappointed. I had a phone that, like, got like a crack in it or something, and it had a crack across the screen. So it was like, I was about to go on a trip, and I needed a phone, and I didn't want to try to mess with, like, repairing it at the time. So I went looking for a phone that I could get in a reasonable amount of time that wasn't this giant fucking monstrosity that wouldn't fit in my pocket. And, there was literally nothing. There was fucking, like, the only one I found was the Pixel 3 or something. Was the only one that wasn't, like, this giant tablet masquerading as a phone. And I, like, measured it against the phone that I had before, and it was just, like, none of them were phone size. They were all these, like, giant things. And I was like, I don't want something that big. And the only ones that weren't gigantic was, the only one that wasn't gigantic was the fucking, like, super cheaply made bullshit phones. Like, the cut-down models. There was nothing that was actually, like, solidly constructed that was also, like, you know, normal sized. Which sucks, because I don't want a giant phone. Galaxy A50. I don't recognize the A50. Oh man, there was mullets. You know, folks. With the current state of the world and not a lot of people, like, not being able to get out as often, not being able to get out as often, And, you know, it's hard to go get a haircut these days, and risky too. You only need to cut this section of your hair. You can leave it long in the back. Nobody will know. You're just gonna be on video calls. You can just face the camera, and then nobody will know. Business up front and party in the back, as they say. Can't sell you any more keys. It would be too dangerous to have that many keys in one place. Oh no, you know what I forgot to do? There's no tool shop in this town because they sell keys only. Fuck. I've been cutting my own hair for this entire year. Got the broadsword. There's a fire sword or something, or I don't know, some other sword. But I want to avoid getting that. I want to just go to get the other sword. I've been cutting my own hair this entire year. Flamin' hot. Huh. Hey, you know what? Honestly, like, if I invested in, like, a decent set of tools, instead of using these, like, stupid... They're almost safety scissors. Almost... safety scissors. They're almost safety scissors. But, if I had better tools, it would be much easier. Oh no, Cuba, that sucks. I hope everyone else stays out of that. That's a shitty situation, especially when you're like trapped in the house with everybody else. Oh, my hair's believe me, my hair is pretty tricky to cut. It's curly. It does some weird stuff. You got them from visiting family. Well, shit. That sucks. Hopefully it clears up soon and doesn't become problematic for anyone. Okay, so we go this way. Oops. That's a magic wyvern. It's actually dangerous. I didn't look. What a good game. What a good game! Dead in one attack. I must increase my points by 2. By 42, I guess, is what it said. Oh! You see that lag? That was good lag. So we know to search behind the throne room. Oh, you have stream art. Where do I see it? It's going in the Discord. What the fuck is going on in media? Gamer goo? Fuzzball? This isn't... Oh, That's good. Didn't load, unfortunately. Oh, that's good. That is good. Fabulous. This is fabulous. Hold on, I have a folder for this. Where did I put it? Stream stuff, art. That is fabulous. Where's let me add an image. Properties. Browse. Art. Wrong folder. Art. That's very good. I like this. Where can we stuff this? Yeah, this is good.
Those beats are for fab actually, Maxis.
Left empty. Thank you for the 100 bits for fabs. That is incredible. I love it.
Welcome.
Marmot, thank you for the 10 bits. That's really good. I love it. What am I doing? That is really good. Thy chest. I gotta remember to tweet that out later. That's like the one thing that I try to remember to do is tweet or retweet any art that comes up on stream. I'll be honest, it's one of the most flattering things. It's just like, it's so cool when like somebody's inspired to create art just for me playing some silly game. I always feel so honored. Thank you so much. Now let's talk about that Gin and Barrett commission. Someday. Someday I will collect $100. I'll just cheat at Monsters or something. Yeah! Courage and wit have served thee well. Thou hast been promoted to the next level. Thy power increases by 6. Thy response speed increases by 4. By 6. Thy maximum hit points increase by 6. Thy maximum magic points increase by 21. 21 magic points. 21 magic points. If I'm not mistaken, there's only like 2 levels left to get, right? It only goes up to like level 20. Oh, I do 40 damage to the Warlock now. Get an encounter every step. Video Games and Computer Entertainment is a good magazine for finding great ads. Oh, he attacked before I was ready. Okay, 15, 24, 11. He dodged. 19, 27, 16. Okay. I can beat a werewolf now. Pretty reliably. I gotta find, there's a bunch of shit from, like, even, like, CGW on, like, in, like, 1997-ish. That's just, like, totally fucking bonkers kind of stuff. Oh, 22. Probably gonna kill me. No, I beat him. I beat him. It's okay. The only thing we really want right now is experience and exploration. Those are the two X's. We need the two X's. Experience and exploration. So we basically just want to take every fight on our way. And then heal fully in between. Fine. Fire is fine. Have I not learned heal more? I guess not. Do you ever learn heal more? Maybe not. Excellent move. 68. One shot. He's dead. We got him. Okay, now the question is, with Erdic's armor, can we go through the regular things easily enough? Level 18. Okay, so there's at least 2 more levels. Whoopsie daisy. God damn it. Do I have item? I don't have item. Fine. We'll just run from these encounters now. From this point on. Because the next thing we want to do is get attacked where we can't defend ourselves. Okay. Stairs. Spell. Radiant. Okay. We go down. God, this encounter rate. We go down here. This is this linear? If I remember correctly, the sword is down here somewhere, right? Like in this area? But is this whole thing like completely linear? That's the sword, isn't it? A blue dragon. He's got fire coming out this time. Every step. Every step an encounter. Is it the bottom level? A stone man draws near. Okay, a wizard draws near. Hits before I was ready. Every step an encounter. An encounter in every wait a second. An encounter in every garage. Just keep going down. All the way down. The music is slowing down. A red dragon. Is this a forced encounter? No, I guess not. Well, that could have been worse. Okay, that can't be worse. There we go. Fucking, how fucking low is that dungeon? I'm looking up a map of that. Dragon Warrior maps. Because if the sword is somewhere else... Town and castle maps. Dungeon maps. Fuck. Oh, Charlock Castle, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, it's an infinite loop, I see. Nothing. Yeah, B2 from F. F you get to from D. D from L. L from P. P from O. O from K. K from J. J from there. Okay, so J, K, N. No, J, K, O, R. No, not R. E. Okay. So you go down to B4. That should not have taken the idiot. He says that he's so chiding. The king isn't mad, he's just disappointed. Now what we need, that we forgot to get harbs in the tool shop. Okay. Fucking, I will never be able to unhear the Monsters music in the middle of the Dragon Warrior Town theme. Because it's right there. It's right there. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. We could load up the Monsters music again while we play instead of the Dragon Warrior music. There's like a phrase of the Monsters music that I'm missing when I get it stuck in my head. It's not as bad as what I suffer through on a daily basis music-wise, which is like anytime I walk into a kitchen, I get primarily it's versions of, I'm trying to think of the best way to describe this. It's versions of Green Day's Basket Case to the tune of Christmas carols. But like which Christmas carol is kind of random. So that happens a bunch. Another is I'll get versions of like children's songs. What's the word for that? Like nursery rhyme songs, but the lyrics and the melodies will be switched up. Or simplified versions of songs where it's just repeating the same concept many times. Like, oh, you know what? It's almost October, isn't it? It's almost October, folks. You know what that means? Who here knows what October means? Anybody? I know Fabulous does. Yeah! Yeah! Halloween carols! It's almost time for Halloween carols. Who's ready for some Halloween carols? I think it's not too early to start. We're in the last week of September, right? Or almost. Oh yeah, my brain will do that too. Well, is there any intermediary holiday for which to carol? You know the rules. If there's no intermediate holiday, it's the next one. It's whichever the next one is. Oh, there's Thanksgiving carols, too. It's the same format as Halloween carols. Does everybody here know what Halloween carols are, though? Once you understand what Halloween carols are, you will hate me. How have I not fucking killed this thing? Kill it! There we go, finally. Halloween carols are just Christmas carols, but you replace, well, most of the most important words with the word Halloween. You get songs like Oh Halloween, Halloween is coming to town. Why did I do that? Dad? Attacks! Rudolph the Halloween deer had a very Halloween. Gosh, all these surprise attacks. Oh well, I got an excellent move and killed him. Hey, Adventure Josh, how are you? I am in the Dragon Lord's castle. Hey, just you're an adult. You can buy giant bags of candy anytime you want. If the decorations are out, it's time for carols. No, I'm going to get the sword, Radiant. I just want the damn sword. Shit, I don't go up yet, right? I go... Damn it. Damn it. I do like the dragons in this game. I do like the dragon sprites in this game. Down? No! Fuck, I did it wrong. Every single step, every single encounter is a surprise. Come on. No. Here. I mean, they load the whole tile map. They just don't show all of it. Good lord. Every step. Fine. Fire breath is the less dangerous thing. That's okay. Oh, we woke up. We woke up before we died. Getting put to sleep when you attempt to run is one of the shittiest things a game can do to you. I think when you try to finish Dragon Warrior, it's not very fun. Brown Dragon. I think Dragon Warrior isn't a very fun game to try to finish. It has a very bad last third. Well, that's what I mean. Grinding a lot more isn't fun. That's what I'm saying is, like, I already did at least 3 separate rounds of grinding specifically to, like, try to enhance my power as much as possible so that I wouldn't have to grind later, but it doesn't do that. So it's like, I can take fights on the way in, but it's like, the grinding in this game isn't as... It absolutely did. It absolutely did. I hear another cricket. Yeah, it absolutely made the grinding, like, I think the other versions of this, I think the other versions of this, like, lowered the encounter rate and reduced the amount of grinding necessary. Yeah. But, like, you can see some of those floor... It's happening right now. Sometimes you get an encounter every step, and when every enemy is an RNG fight, like, okay, yeah, you try to run away, you get, no, I don't think so, Ashen Circle. It's just, it's a style of game. I think that of the games of this style, though, I think Dragon Warrior actually does it kind of poorly. Like, I felt less aggravated by the grind in, I felt less aggravated by the grind in, Miracle Warriors. Haja no Fuin, Seal of the Dark Lord. And, like, Phantasy Star, yeah. But Miracle Warriors was around the same time, right? At least on computers. And yeah, the Western games this is based on are are less grind, or at least the grind in those games feels, I think, a little more satisfying. As far as I've played them, but I haven't played them all the way to the end, right? So I can't really comment. I can't comment on how they feel towards the end, right? They feel absolutely unforgiving and unfair in the beginning, but that's the thing, right? Is that like you can't really. Oh yeah. Of this, you mean, right? Like the original version of this. Passwords and the sprites were simplified, only one facing. There's some other weirdness, but I can't recall exactly what it was. The interesting thing to me, though, is that, like, in this game, like, it just doesn't feel as satisfying as other games. The critical hit sound still pretty satisfying, but like overall I don't feel a great deal more powerful than I did at the beginning, other than like a few specific things, but it's like a Star Wyvern can still kill me in one hit, in one attack, if it chooses to cast Sleep. But it's like, I still feel like a Star Wyvern fight is...
Okay, curiosity is getting to me, so I got to see what this thing say.
Say. Ghost Hall, thank you for the 100 bits. But yeah, that's the thing, right? Is like level 22. Level 22 is a real long way away when it's costing thousands of XP to level up, and I'm getting how much from a green dragon? 45? Is it the same? I don't know that it's the same. I think this one is, it's not Giorgio or whatever. Yeah, having more people in the party helps a ton. I still, like, the only time I really, like, felt like I was a long way off of grinding in Dragon Warrior 3. I don't think it's Italian, though. I don't think I'm using Italian. It's not Legacy Italian, and it's not, Giorgio or whatever. It might be, like, Portuguese or something. Radiant. What a good ROM hack. The worst of both worlds. I mean, you know, I can find out. Hold on. I can find out real easily. Because I honestly don't remember, but there's an easy way for me to find out. Because unlike some people, I use my Twitch login for Streamlabs, so I can always get in without having to remember what my password is. Unless I was just using that as an excuse to not change something. Whatever. Bits. ETS. Oh, it's Legacy Latin. Legacy Latin is what it's selected right now. Whatever that means. Let's change it, though. Legacy voice. What's gonna be good? What's gonna be a good legacy voice? Here we go. That's a good one. Let's see how fucked up that is next somebody cheers. Oh.
Before it changed, what does legacy Latin sound like?
I think that might have been the new one. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can do this. Let me change it to Legacy Latin. Save. And then I should be able to replay it, and it should replay in the current voice. Down here.
Before it changed, what does legacy Latin sound like?
Okay, so that was the... That's Legacy Latin. Let me try the new one. Save settings. They might sound really similar, is the thing. Test bits.
This is a test B talent.
Whoa! What is it doing?
Before it's changed, what does legacy Latin sound like?
Yes! I've turned it into a horrible monster. Wonderful. Oh, that's great. It's not the Swahili dude. It's not the Swahili dude. It might be a similar voice modulation. Oh, for fuck's sake. Kill it. Nope. Dead. "2014. Wonderful. Did I use... I didn't use any herbs. Perfect. Hey, Pressure. How's it going?
Atari voice dude. No, bodexe palme.
Ultimo, thank you for the 100 bits.
Shall we play a game?
Shadrock, thank you for the 100 bits. What a good voice. What a good voice.
Hoa molta dice game of chess, Yoskua.
Adventure Josh, thank you for the 100 bits. You'll never guess what voice this is. It's Esperanto. Legacy Esperanto.
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
Arch Projection, thank you for the follow.
Oh no, no, you've got anybody ready to ses all sorts of stuff. Also, se è maldextra con italiano, lo può leggere facilmente. Inoltre, ora è maldextra con un robot. Mamma mia.
Oh, that's so good.
In looking for a bento box, it can't be pink that Japanese for pink. It has to be off. Do or more kotoma that Japanese for do compartments and has baby chibi small seasoned. And has to be really kawaii suite.
Rabbit, thank you for the 100 bits. Oh man, there's a hype train going on even. Esperanto hype train.
Lightning bolt.
Miss Winkler goes like this. And so is mask. Like
Cararius, thank you for the 100 bits. Oh man. Oh man. What a good discovery. The Esperanto voice. Dad awakes. I've only been like I've only been barely following the thread in chat, but there's a key thing, which is if you were gonna remake a game today and there's humor in a game that's not acceptable to put into a remake for a game.
Maxis. Amebete. Sanpepole. Techno.
Techno. Techno. Techno. Do you know anything about Techno?
Wall of fire. Wall of fire.
Wall yoli keto playa game.
High more. High more.
Hoa molt sono old favorites.
Oh, it can't do emotes. It can't do emotes. We've discovered a weakness. No. Rusty, thank you for the 100 bits. Garrett CRW, thank you for the 100 bits. Ghost Hall, thank you for another 100 bits. It can't do emotes. We'll have to change it again. Hold on. When I get to the castle. If I get to the castle. When I get to one of the castles, either the one that I go to when I die, or the one I go to when I win. Good. Okay. Herb. I think the key Those are some good noises. Those are some real good noises. Oh man. Yeah, it did. It sounded like fucking Twiggy. What? Shadrock, thank you for the 100 bits. Pressure, thank you for the 100 bits. Boosk.
Kill seriously.
Yog Nog. Yog Nog. Adventure Josh, thank you for the 100 bits. Fabulous, thank you for the 100 bits. Rusty, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you, everyone. Oh, man. Oh, man. what I was gonna say about the Goemon thing is like it's a real clear distinction that it's like, hey, you put something offensive in the game, which is like it's reasonable for you to put that in the first place. When it comes back that what you put in the game is offensive, doubling down and being a shithead about it means you're an asshole, regardless of how good you are as a translator. So, it's like, sure, it's fine. Like, yeah, you can do that. You can make that your brand, and it's a popular brand, but it can be accurate, sure. It can be accurate, but here's the thing. If you were remaking a Goemon game today and doing a new retranslation as an official translation of it, you wouldn't put a goddamn slur in it. Right? If you're doing that and then you're leaning back on, but it's accurate. And then you're doubling down as like, well, I'm right and you're wrong and everybody's making a big deal out of this thing. You're just being an asshole at that point. Right? Like, it doesn't matter how accurate it is. What did it? How did it say TTS?
Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt.
Totoso! Totoso! Oh man, that's how you say TTS. Totoso. That's what I'm saying, is like, if you want somebody to have a secondary patch that adds slurs back into the game, then you know what? Fine. But like I said, when you get to the point where you're defending putting a slur into a game where it wasn't necessary to do so and you could have used an equally accurate alternate translation, you're just being an asshole at that point. you're supporting the use of slurs. So it's that old fucking Goemon translation that like has already been through the ringer a number of times. I did it! I beat him! But there's a real clear line there, right? It's an indefensible position to say, well, it was accurate, and, that's what the humor of the time was. You're doing a fan translation, not some kind of archival project, right? That's the thing. They didn't know it was a slur. And then when it came out that it was a slur, they acted like a tone-deaf prick and fucking doubled down on what they had done. And then later, when it became a PR problem for them, they're like, well, this isn't accurate, but you can have this alternate patch. Like, I read that part of it, and I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I don't care about the rest of this. This person's being an asshole. And, like, they're being an asshole about everything surrounding it, rather than just being like, hey, you know what? Sorry, I fucked up. Let me fix it. They didn't say that. They were condescending about it. They were a piece of shit about it. So, yep, that's your option. That's your option. Let's pause the timer. We do have, from Rusty, we have a look at something else redemption, because the first one slipped in before OBS crashed. Let me see what I got. I got an idea. We got a VHS. This is something else. We got this. Ninjas versus the Living Dead. Curse of the Undead, Yoma. Yeah, look at that. We got fucking pantsless ninja, like weird blood hand, giant snake, some kind of rat. And we got one warrior against the army of death. And we've got all kinds of, like, crazy-ass creatures and shit in here. Let me see if I can get this to focus. Configure video, camera control, don't autofocus. There we go. We've got weird gummy snake with the gums. We got a spider eating a lady. Pantsless ninja again. More ninjas. Bloody-eyed guy with the Wolverine claws. More blood. To avenge the woman and friends he loved, one lone warrior must seek out and slay his former comrade. But how do you kill someone who's already joined the army of the dead? It's hard to read there. Let me read this in a more comfortable fashion. Contains graphic violence, yeah. Let's see. To avenge that blah blah blah, a solitary ninja must find the answer to that very question, and the ancient secrets of the world's oldest clan of professional assassins are pitted against the forces of darkness in Curse of the Undead, Yoma, set in ancient Japan. Yoma is the story of two young warriors who find themselves placed at opposite sides of the scales of good and evil, forever separated by the chasm that separates the living from the dead. Produced by the internationally famous Toho Studios, Curse of the Undead Yoma takes full advantage of the ability of animation to graphically present visions that would be almost impossible to achieve in any other medium, from flesh-eating stallions and shape-changing man-spiders to the nightmarish battle sequences in which blood-soaked clay literally becomes the feeding ground for the dark creatures that lay in wait beneath the surface of the earth. The action is intense, and not for the squeamish. In the high-action sword and sorcery thriller of the year, Curse of the Undead Yoma includes 2 complete original videos. Yoma Parts 1 and 2 contains graphic violence. Warning, contains nudity. Let's see here. Copyright 1989, Toho, MPS, for sale in North America only. In Japanese with English subtitles, approximately 85 minutes. And then we've got this excellent white VHS tape with green text logo. But yeah, Curse of the Undead Yoma. I've had this for a long time. I've only watched it maybe twice. Yeah, that was me. That was me, because it's my tape. This probably needs to go in like that. Yeah, that's how that's supposed to go in there. I had it in backwards. But yeah, Curse of the Undead Yoma, Ninjas versus the Living Dead. I think it's like only a little bit horny. Someone asked how horny it was. I think it's only a little bit horny, but it's definitely like shock horror, graphic violence. Very much a lot of that. Monsters and blood and fucking people dying in gruesome ways. I think there might be some titties, but it's like someone just getting murdered while that's happening. But yeah, anime horror was a popular thing It was a huge crossover between anime and horror in the 80s, late 80s. So you'd get a lot of this stuff like ultra violence, extreme stuff, especially in the West. Those were the ones they planned. They decided to port over because that's what they thought was gonna sell. And not, like high school drama. But there you go. That is something else. That is a something else. A VHS tape I just happened to have. So there we go. A nice something else. A little different than the stuff I usually show. Curse of the Blood Titties. That'd be a good movie. Thank you, Rusty. I appreciate that. I think you were wise in your timing there. Yeah. That's also true, Bivork. A stone man draws near. Run. We're at the point where we run from every battle. Or we get hit for 28 damage right at the start and then get blocked in from the front. Why, it plays just as good forwards as backwards. I don't think we're gonna make it. I don't think we're gonna make it. I don't think we're gonna make it. Not when we get into an encounter every single step. Literally every step. I think it's a neat thing. Okay, we gotta go over here. Can I radiant? Yes. No, come on. Just let me get to the damn sword. Let me get to the damn sword. Did I take the wrong... Son of a... I wish the combat music went down in pitch as well. Well, we're screwed now. And I don't know where I took a wrong turn. I accidentally followed the path to the Dragon Lord. I did take a wrong turn at Albuquerque. Yeah. This game doesn't have the stacking thing with running away, does it? Like Dragon Warrior 2 and Up do. Where you're guaranteed to run away successfully. Outside? Oh, like the bottom. Yeah, I don't know. really just want to get the sword, and now I forgot. I gotta look up the route again. Trying to go from memory. Dragon Warrior 1 maps. Realm of Darkness. Town and Castle. No, wait, dungeon maps. Sherlock Castle. So where did I go wrong? Where did I go wrong here? I went... Fuck! I took R instead of P. I took R instead of P. Okay. Now I know better. So here's my thought. Here's my thought. I get the sword. After I get the sword, I go try grinding around, What's the city called? Cantlin. I get the sword and then I go to Cantlin and grind at Cantlin, right? Because I can run into like Werewolf, Star Wyvern, Magi Wyvern, Green Dragon, all that stuff around there, right? And there's an inn, so I can just go to the inn when I run out of HP. I swear, every time you run away in the game, every time you run away from a fight, it increases the encounter rate. Good night, Ashen Circle. Thank you for stopping by. Right, am I wrong about that? That, like, it seems like every time you run from a combat, it increases the encounter rate, and then you have to, like, hard reset the game to get it to return to normal? Is it just, like, perception? Because I'm getting encounters that I don't want? Does it save the number of times you've run away from battle in your save file as part of your password? Yeah, like... I could see them, like, tracking it as a temporary variable and just being like... Yeah, as like a temporary variable and just being like... Yeah, increase the encounter rate when you run from battle. But then, like, just not resetting that value when you die. Or, like, other stuff happens. So it just constantly goes up during a session. The other thing is, like, I could go to the Dragon Lord's castle specifically to grind. Excellent move. 50 damage. Day or night? Day or night? Which game is that for? God damn it, werewolf. Ah. I think Dragon Warrior maybe 2 plus or 3 plus at least are wildly different than Dragon Warrior 1. It's going okay. I think we're getting close. Well, not anymore. Now we're asleep. We're getting close to finishing out Dragon Warrior. I don't think it'll be this session. I think this session I'll be able to get the sword eventually. The exact encounter rates. Interesting. There's also remake versions of this game that have wildly different stuff, I'm sure. But yeah, we've almost got the last, or second to last thing here, right? Erdrick's sword. We got Erdrick's armor. We need to get Erdrick's sword and then complete the game. Yeah, and I'm sure I'm 100% certain that the oh, come on. I'm 100% certain that later versions of the game are not 100% faithful to the game's design decisions, we'll call them. Yeah, yeah. What is the exact encounter rate for this game? Other than high. Could do with those 15 rolls every time. Deserts have the highest encounter rate, I see. Of course. I'm just gonna run from this fight because I just want the damn sword. I don't care about getting experience now. I was getting experience before, but now I don't care about it. I wonder what the run chance calculation is. I think it was, in Dragon Warrior 2 and later, your run chance increases every time you attempt to run. I don't know if that applies in this game. Casting a spell. Blocked in the front. Blocked in the front. Here's the stairs I need. I don't know if this is a necessary fight. Okay, that's fine. We can try to sleep him again. I suppose the chance is with this blue dragon... Oh, I could run away. Take. Fortune smiles upon thee, Dad. Thou hast found the Erdrick's sword. Ah, the blood water. Oh, right. Erdrick's armor makes you, regenerate every step you take, doesn't it? That's why I wasn't having problems with hit points when I was grinding before. Because Erdrick's armor makes you regenerate. We got the sword, though. We got the sword. Hooray.
Gotta pass? Okay, go ahead.
Mortis! Thank you for the raid. How did Hero Quest go? We just found the Erdrick's sword here. Everybody, if you don't know Mortis, if you don't already know Mortis, go give Mortis a follow. Wonderful streamer. Excellent streamer. Nice. Congrats. Did you search for treasure at every possible opportunity? I hope so. I hear, folks, I hear Ex Mortis will soon be streaming Celtic Tales, Balor of the Evil Eye. 6 Wandering Monsters. Excellent. Once, when we were doing when Tobor was doing his physical Hero Quest games, on his stream, when Tobor was doing the physical Hero Quest streams, and had a character for me, I once searched for treasure, drew a card that was a pit, and because pits are separate rooms, you can also search pits for treasure. I searched the pit and found treasure in the pit.
My God, that's fantastic.
J52, thank you for the host. I think I'm gonna add Castlevania 2 to my Gamekeeper. I see people posting it in my Discord, and it's making me want to play it. I like Castlevania 2. Ha! Excellent move! It is dodging. I'm gonna find that graveyard duck. So, the Gamekeeper is this specific document, this specific little book, which is, it has 10 games in it. It has 10 games in it when you get it. 10 specific games. Like, they weren't all different, they were all the same games. But then it's got space at the end. It's got blank pages where you add your own games. I had already added Final Fantasy back in 1990. So I'm going through and I'm playing. I played Batman. We're playing Dragon Warrior now. When we finish Dragon Warrior, I will give it its rating, its 2020 rating, and then we'll move on to Faxanadu, and then Mega Man, and so on as we complete the games in it. And then at the end, once we've completed Final Fantasy, well, there's 9 more blank pages that I'm going to fill in with games of my choosing. So Rygar is going to go in there for sure. Probably Castlevania 2. There's room for others. I'll think of which games I want to play all the way through and rate for the NES. And then, in addition to that, I want to think about what would a Gamekeeper look like for other platforms as well. We did one of those streams recently talking about what games would go on the Gamekeeper for the Sega Genesis, North American Sega Genesis, which is like, honestly, the document lifestyle. I just did 106 damage to the Demon Knight, didn't I? Metal Slime. Goodbye, Metal Slime. I hardly knew you. But yeah, the you can see the chest with search, but you can't take anything. Interesting. Okay, we're doing good damage to Magi Wyverns now as well. So yeah. Whoops. The Truman Show. Nothing in the chest behind the scenes. Where was it here? Gamekeeper Lab. Yeah. Did I put it in here? I probably should have. I should have pinned it if I did so. Yeah. So our efforts Yes! Excellent move. Only 68, 1 point short. So here's what we came up with when we were kind of discussing this on a previous stream. NHL 94, Sonic 2, Streets of Rage 2, Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, Aladdin, Bubsy, Jurassic Park, Shining Force, Flashback, The Quest for Identity, and Echo the Dolphin. Those are the games we came up with for the Genesis. Yeah, Bubsy. And here's the reasoning behind Bubsy and Jurassic Park. They were advertised like fucking crazy. And they were like, whether they were good or not doesn't seem to have been really a concern for what games were included in the Nintendo one, the original one. Like TMNT is in here, and TMNT, in my opinion, is kind of horrible. But it was, like, TMNT was one of the most popular NES games, right? I think. I think they certainly had... Come on, Star Wyvern. Just get killed. Gilmore. There we go. But yeah, Bubsy wasn't like... Bubsy wasn't the worst game, but it was certainly one of the most, like... It was certainly one of the most, like, most advertised games. And, like, Aladdin and Jurassic Park were probably two of the biggest... Like, they had a huge push for Jurassic Park. I've got the Visions magazine where they, like, showed all the shit off for it and how cool it was gonna be. That's an excellent trick. That is an excellent trick. The best game ever. But yeah, Jurassic Park. Let me grab it. Hold on. Like they had a whole Sega Visions dedicated to Jurassic Park, and they did this like whole like behind the scenes thing with all of this, and it showed up in Visions like as a feature like several times prior to this and afterwards. There's like this whole like feature on it in here. I think there's a second feature in here. It's Sega Visions, June, July, 1993. I'm certain there's a scan of it. June, July, 1993. So yeah, there's like this huge feature on the making of it. And then like before and after that, they did a bunch of, what's the word I'm looking for? They did a bunch of, like, strategy sections on the game as well. So it was, like, the whole, like, making of thing, behind the scenes stuff. There were, like, multiple things of like, strategy for it. But that's the whole thing, right? Is like... Come on, kill him. Okay, good. I got the wizard. We're just gonna go straight back to the end. Whatever. But yeah, the idea being that, like, it's not necessarily the best games. Like... I'll be honest, I wouldn't consider Batman, Dragon Warrior, Xanadu, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, or even Zelda 2, the best games on the platform, they're not. None of them are like really bad, but they're all to like a certain level of quality in terms of production and the effort that went into them. None of them are like budget titles. They're not the best games. Like, I played through Batman and it was fine, but there's like, you know, there's a bunch of other platformers that I think are probably better. Now that I've finished it, I didn't comment on Ninja Gaiden 2 because I haven't actually finished Ninja Gaiden 2, so I don't want to say that it's not one of the best games. It doesn't look as good as the first one to me. But again, I haven't finished it yet. I'll rate it when I finish it. But Super Mario 2 and 3, Super Mario 3 at least, is one of the best games on the NES. For certain. Just like, in my opinion, Sonic 2 is one of the best games on Genesis, right? I think that's kind of like, you can't really dispute, I think, that like Flashback, Sonic 2, Streets of Rage 2, and Shining Force are some of the best games on the platform. You know, like, even if you don't like their particular genre or whatever, they're still like outstanding examples of the genres they represent for the platform. Hell, even Mean Bean Machine is probably one of the best puzzle games on the platform, like action puzzle games. Fighting Masters is a fantastic game. So Kid Chameleon was suggested. The one thing we tried to do was we tried to pick a time frame. Okay, so he's just attacking and doing more damage than I can heal. Okay. His spell has been blocked, so he couldn't heal himself. Thought about Road Rash. Considered it. But the interesting thing was finding a time period that kind of matched the time period that this encompasses. Because, like, this doesn't have Kid Icarus or Metroid in it, you know? It doesn't have Mario 1 or Zelda 1, right? It was from a specific kind of time period of, like, the top of the initial... That's a very strange thing. Oh, it's my shadow. It's the shadow of my huge head. It was like right at the peak of the initial, the peak of the initial popularity of the system. Like that, the like top of that biggest wave, right? So the idea is, what was the Super Mario 3? What was the era of the Super Mario 3 of the Genesis? And it's pretty much Sonic 2, right? Like, they came out with many games afterwards, but I think there wasn't that as much building excitement after Sonic 2. Like, people like Sonic 3. God damn it, you tricked me! Hey, Professor Gascan. But, yeah, basically, like, finding an era in which the console was at the peak of its initial wave of popularity, had been out for a couple of years, and was, like, kind of cresting, and then would see only incremental gains after that. And then picking an assortment of games that well represented what were probably thought to be the best games at the time, or most popular games at the time, in addition to some of those games which publishers or Sega themselves would have wanted to push. Right, so like TMNT and Batman were games based on like a super popular franchise. Super popular properties that had come out around that time, right? And TMNT was huge. The Batman movie was huge. The games were competent and well made, unlike, for example, the Terminator game or whatever. I think I like Dragon Warrior 3. I've never completed it, but I think it's a very good game. I think it was really well put together. It had a lot of like cool little secrets and stuff, like taking a goof off in your party and then making it impossible to hit Sage later on. I thought that was a cool little mechanic they had. I don't actually remember 7 or 8. I think one of those was handheld only, right? And then, or am I thinking of 10? Yeah, same. Yeah, several times. Most recent was like, I was flying back east to do a job interview for some like what's the intelligence community job stuff, and I decided to take the my PSP with me and play Dragon Warrior 3 on it. And I got to Baromus the first time, and I couldn't fucking beat him. I wasn't high enough level, even though I like took every fight on the way. I ground for like 2 different parts to level up. I had made my goof off into a Sage and then leveled them up so they were like at the same level as the rest of the party again. So I had 2 Sages. I had like 2 Sages, a soldier, and a cleric or something, I want to say. So it was a really beefy party. Persian wit have served thee well. Thou hast been promoted to the next level. Response speed increased by 7. I did not gain any power. Maximum hit points by 8. Magic points by 5. And I learned a new spell, which is heal more. It's gonna make this easier. It's impossible to know, Flacco. There's literally no way of knowing what that spell does. But But yeah, the other one is the game that Sega was probably pushing around this time, Echo the Dolphin, which is kind of questionable. But again, that list is the list for the Genesis is only a tentative one, and I want to get feedback before like putting more effort into it. I found the most fun part of Echo the Dolphin. I found the most fun part of Echo the Dolphin was that you could turn the power off and remove the cartridge from the Genesis. I'm kidding. It seemed like it was a fine game, just not a fine game for me. It wasn't my kind of game. But I could see how people would like it. It seemed like a kind of interesting, like, adventure sandbox kind of game. It does have problems, but wow, I never got towards the end. I like got to level 2 and was like, this isn't the game for me. It has like time travel and like aliens and shit or something. Spoilers, by the way. Spoilers for a 30-year-old game. A game that's old enough to rent a car. Heal more. Okay, we got 40 HP. It gave us 60 HP, so heal more is very good for getting HP back during boss fights. Flashback? Flashback on the Genesis. Now, Flashback is multi-platform, and the Genesis is not its lead platform, right? If I'm not mistaken, it was either a DOS or an Amiga effort. Yeah. But the thing is that the Genesis version of the game, I think, is probably the most, it's probably the most iconic. And if I was to say, like, I'm gonna pick one system to represent Flashback, it would probably be the Genesis. Even though it's not quite as pretty as the DOS version, I think it's the better version than the DOS version. So, I think only D will disagree with me on this. But we all know that D stands for disagreeable. There's Shining Force. I went with Shining Force over Shining in the Darkness because Shining Force was like the kind of big breakout thing on 10? And it heals more than 60? Gosh, that's way more efficient, too. So Shining Force, as opposed to Shining in the Darkness, and there's no proper, like, RPG in the list. Other, like, Shining Force is the closest to, Shining Force is the closest to, an RPG, because, like, a lot of the number one, there aren't a lot of RPGs on the Genesis to begin with. But there's also, like, they did Phantasy Star 2. Exactly. And it was very early. Phantasy Star 2 was very early. They did like Phantasy Star 2 and Sword of Vermilion, I think, quite early on. And then, like, during the, like, Sonic 2 period, there weren't a lot of RPGs coming out. I think Phantasy Star 3 was in that range, but Phantasy Star 3 was, like, a huge flop. You know? So it's like... It's a weird thing. So, but Shining Force? Shining Force was number 1. It was a big draw. It was well-liked. And it was like... Yeah. I think Sword of Vermilion's really cool, but Sword of Vermilion was much earlier. Phantasy Star 3 was 6 months after Sonic 2. The area we're looking at kind of was between, like... kind of between Sonic 2 and Bean Machine. Which is, like, it's about a year. Right? So I think Phantasy Star 3 was in that time frame, but, like... it didn't become the big thing that, it didn't become the thing that they wanted it to be, you know? They kind of swept it under the rug very quickly. Jurassic Park and Bubsy. We talked about... Oh, 91. July 91. What was Sonic 2, then? Like, as soon as I finished researching this stuff, it, like, immediately vacated my brain. Yeah, okay. So Sonic 2 was later. Yeah, so we're looking at, like, November 92 to, like, late 93, I think, was the time period we were looking at. So Phantasy Star 4 is far too late. So Phantasy Star 4 is too late. Phantasy Star 3 is kind of too early. And, like, Shining Force, I think, falls somewhere in the middle there, or towards the end of that time period. Because this book came out, like, I think it was, like, 9 months after Super Mario 3. And then the oldest game in it is, like, 3 months before Super Mario 3, I want to say? No, more than that. Because Super Mario 2 is in there. The Super Mario 3 is kind of towards the end of it. And it's stuff before that. July 93. Yeah, there you go. It's like 6 months after... 8 months after Sonic 2. That was the first goal, was to, like... to kind of pin a start and an end date of, like... what era of games are we talking about on the Genesis? Because there's, like... yeah, 92, 93 is, like, peak Genesis. And that was kind of the idea. Is, like... is, like, get the, like, peak period... and then identify, like, the kind of, what is the Super Mario 3, and what are the, like, what's the TMNT and the Batman? That's Jurassic Park and Aladdin, basically. like, specifically, those two games are the equivalent to me. Like, the Jurassic Park game looks cool, and it's got some cool stuff in it, but it's maybe not the best game. TMNT is kind of like that. Well, so the weird thing about Phantasy Star 2 and 3 is, like, Phantasy Star 2 was huge. Phantasy Star 3 was, like... they started out with, like, this big... like... they started out with this big push for it, and then they kind of tapered off the push for Phantasy Star 3 and RPGs in general until they hit Shining Force 2. Or, sorry, Shining Force. And when they hit Shining Force, it was like, there we go. That's our game. That's our RPG. The NES Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game. The original NES Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game. Top-down map, side-scrolling levels, impossible jumps. Not literally impossible. Not the beat 'em up. Not the beat 'em up. The platform action game. Let's see how they describe it. Let's see how they describe it. They say, rescue Master Splinter and thwart the evil plans of Shredder and the Foot Clan. Save the dam, rescue Splinter, defeat the airbase, beat the Technodrome, beat Shredder. I thought the graphics were good and the challenge was very high. Good night, Cuba. But the fun and play control were only 2, and I thought the game was lame. Well, I was saying that I kind of associate Jurassic Park for Genesis as being the same, like, having similar qualities to TMNT on the NES, the original TMNT game. That, like, it's kind of a fucked up game that isn't fun to play, but it has good graphics and some other stuff going for it. To be fair, I thought the Jurassic Park game on the Genesis did a much better job with digitized assets than most other games that did digitized assets at that time. Yeah, I hated to play it. I sure hated to play it. Dana. Yeah, the music came up before as well. Dana, let's talk about the Commodore 64 Gamekeeper. What era do you even start with? What era do you even start with the Commodore 64? Because it was popular from, like... From what? Like... early 80s to, like, early 90s? Oops, I forgot to... I think it went a little past 87, though. In terms of... There were, like, some late gems, yeah. But where was the peak, and what does that even look like? It's kind of a blank to me in terms of, like... Like, okay. Was... '86. 8-bit computers had a decline in '86. Now the question is, right? Like, SSI picked Survival Horror Soft. Yeah, so what region? That's a good question. A UK Gamekeeper list is going to be way different than a US one. That's absolutely true. I mean, it's not survival horror when I play it. I don't survive. Yeah, the C64 was huge in PAL regions. So I would say you probably want to focus on PAL. So then the question is... So the question then is, right, like, Commodore didn't make their own games, did they, right? Like, they just made the hardware and were like, do whatever the fuck you want, bye! Well, they should be on some list. So, okay. Here's another question, right? What is the Super Mario Brothers 3? What is the Super Mario Brothers 3? It's Gianna Sisters. Is Gianna Sisters the, like, peak C64 game that was, like, the most popular and sold the best? Manic Miner? Oh, I got you. Last Ninja 2. I've heard of Last Ninja and Last Ninja 2. Impossible Mission had, like, a lot of attention. Not necessarily technical excellence, but a combination of, like, being a technically good game and also, like, the most well-known, most promoted, most played game, right? So, like, both a very good game and a very popular game. And, like, not just popular, but also well-known, if that makes sense. Raid Over Moscow, good choice. Last Ninja 2. Jumpman Turrican. What about, so here's the other question. Here's another question that haunts me. That haunts me constantly. Boulder Dash. Was Boulder Dash artificial popularity? Because, like, there were 80 million clones? Because it was an easy game to make? Or was it actually popular and that's what influenced the clones? Right? But when I think of, like, what's a... like, what game do I associate with the C64? Uh-oh.
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
Bukaki Sunset, thank you for the follow. It's a hell of a name. Summer Games. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, For example, and this is why I ask, right? For example, we've got Flashback. Whole Earth Software Catalog 1986. Nice. Like, for example, Flashback on Genesis is a port, but I don't think it's controversial to include it as, like, the version of Flashback, you know, for a system. Conversely, I wouldn't put Another World on the Genesis list because I don't think it's the best version of the game. I need what? 2 more levels before I'm ready to face the Dragon Lord? Minor 2049er. I need to stop spell this guy. I mean, Flashback was on Genesis, and in my opinion, I think a lot of people would agree, the Flashback on Genesis is one of, if not the best version of the game. Oh man, Genesis Ghostbusters. What a good game. With the, like, weird big head Bill Murray. I always forget about that game. It's hard as hell, too. Well, I know the one I like. Yeah, Ghostbusters. If it's the Ghostbusters game I'm thinking of, there's like, what's the word I'm looking for? There's, isn't there a really well-known Ghostbusters on the 2600? Am I making that up? Was it on the, like, 5200 or whichever weird-ass Atari I had as a kid that wasn't the 2600? SMS, not Genesis. Okay, that makes more sense. And yeah, I've seen that. Okay. Licensed game by Activision, based on the movie. Whoops. Forgot to do the good thing. Stop spell. Adam Bellend. Okay. Was that... I want to say that was like early EA people or something? Are those early EA people? Left Empty. How's it going? Oh, Activision. Fucking... It's right there in the wall. Whoops. I forgot to heal before this fight. I should be okay though. Activision. I remember seeing an interview with for some reason I was misremembering it as EA, but it was two of the guys on TV talking about the Ghostbusters game. I remember seeing an interview about that, and like how cool it was that they were able to make like what the game was basically. Oh, nice, left empty. Yeah, just an easy game. The only thing about this game that the only thing about this game is the Monsters theme in the town. It's distracting as hell. Here we go. Do 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 do. So, the weird thing for me is that, like, it's the wrong era. It's the wrong era, but to me, Pool of Radiance is an iconic C64 game. Yep. It's a good name. Dad? But Pool of Radiance was then super late, right? Because it was in, what, 87? Pool of Radiance was 87, and it came out for DOS, I think, the same year or, like, early the following year. See, now I associate... now, Pool of Radiance was the lead on C64. I personally associate it more with DOS because I played it on DOS. And yeah, like SSI did most of their stuff. SSI did most of their stuff. I think a lot of their stuff on DOS, right? They did a lot of their strategy games for DOS only. And then, like, oh, come on. It's a night. It's a night. Put him to sleep. But then Pool of Radiance. Hey, Solid Snack, how you doing? Solid Snack. We're talking about iconic C64 games. What was the Super Mario Brothers 3 of the C64? I think it's an interesting question. There's also like to me, Apple II is like a bunch of text and graphics adventure games and like Bard's Tale. Yeah, the early strategy games were kind of interesting. Yeah, summer games. There were a lot of sports wagglers on the C64, right? Like, that was a really popular genre. Ultima. Ultima was an Apple II game, right? See, that's the thing, right? And that's one of the things I'm having to, like, reconcile. Is I put a lot of stuff I hate on the Genesis list. I put a lot of stuff I hate on the Genesis list. So it's games where, like, to run faster, you press left and right on the joystick faster. And so, to go really fast, you waggle the joystick really fast. It's the waggle. Why will the spell not work? Why is he climbing a mountain? See, that's the thing, is that to me, Bard's Tale is an Apple II game. But that's the thing, is that Bard's Tale is also a C64 game, is the weird thing to me. But, like, to me, and this is weird to me because, like, here's the thing to me is that, like, I think Pool of Radiance is definitely an iconic DOS game. But Pool of Radiance, to me, is also an iconic C64 game. And weirdly, the C64 doesn't have a ton of... It doesn't have a ton of RPGs. They're kind of few, but the few that it has are mostly, like, very standout and very good. Like, Mars Saga. It was the later Mars game that I kept seeing a lot of advertising for in PC magazines, right? It must have been. With the, like, desert thing. Bard's Tale 1.5. Dana, what's that Mars game? When did that come out? Hey, Bad Blood was on, Bad Blood was on C64. Mars Saga was 88. And then 2 years later, it would be on, it would be remade on DOS. So here's the other question, right? What about, like, I don't know, like Whizball and some of that stuff? Some of the, like, weirdo action games that were very, like, core C64. There's also a lot of crossover between C64 and ZX Spectrum. Yeah. I know very little about Elite. Like, what was it first on? Was it on, like, BBC Micro first or something? Yeah, Whizball had, like... Have a good night, D. Didn't Whizball have, like, super high frame rate animations and super, like... So, here's the other thing. I think we've identified the Super Mario Brothers 3 of the BBC Micro. If nothing else, which is elite. Wait. What's that fucking god-awful egg game? The egg game. Dizzy. Yeah, Dizzy. Dizzy. I'd put Dizzy on there, probably. There's a lot of god-awful egg games. Oh yeah, let's look. Let's have a quick look. Let's have a quick look. There's best C64 games. Let's see what it comes up with. Bubble Bobble, Impossible Mission, Maniac Mansion, Gianna Sisters, International Karate Plus, Boulder Dash, Turrican, Turrican 2, Whizball, Mayhem in Monsterland in '93, Zack McCracken, Paradroid, California Games, Winter Games, Summer Games, Lode Runner, Armalite, Last Ninja 2, Wasteland, Stunt Car Racer, Way of the Exploding Fist, Summer Games 2, Katakis, The Last Ninja, Hit Stop 2, Laser Squad, apparently, Project Firestart, Microprose Soccer, Ultima 4, Quest of the Avatar, Ultima 3, Colossal Cave Adventure. Colossal Cave Adventure in 1977 on the C64. Defender of the Crown. Bard's Tale, Sword of Fargold, Bruce Lee, Heart of Africa, Seven Cities of Gold, Pac-Man, Rainbow Islands. See, I might even split the C64. I might split the C64 between two eras, because it did kind of have two very distinct sets of games. Because, like, it would be very easy to fill a Gamekeeper list for, like, if you were to center it on, like, late 87, like November, December 87, and go, like, 6 months on either side. What system gets dibs on Carmen Sandiego? That's a good question. I know it best from DOS, but that's because, like, a whole bunch of, like, school computer systems had DOS on them. That's what was in all the schools around where I grew up. But I could imagine very easily that, like... You know, though? You know what? I would probably put Carmen on, I was gonna say Apple II, because... I would say Apple II because I feel like Apple II got much more pseudo-edutainment than any other platform. Does that make sense? Is that even true? It's just a gut feeling. When I say pseudo-edutainment, I mean games masquerading as education, but, like... Yeah, I kind of agree with What is Odell Lake? I don't know Odell Lake. The other thing to consider is that, like, it's not necessarily just the end-all of games to play for the system. It's 10 games to act as a starter so that you get excited about filling in more games of your own after the fact, right? To get you playing stuff on the system, to entice you. I might recognize Odell Lake if I have more context. Mech. Yeah, Apple II Edutainment Gamekeeper. Well, so here's the thing, right? Is that, like... Yeah, not even general. I was gonna say, I think the thing is that, like... If you're gonna do a, if you were gonna do a Gamekeeper... I think so, Chubo. Consume the salt amulet. I think if you were gonna do a, deer management game? Oh dear. Yeah, you can throw links as long as it's nothing illegal or porn. Which one? Yeah, mech games. Yeah, Oregon Trail. Spellevator. Odell Lake. Yeah, I've never seen Odell Lake. Weird. So... I think... Sorry, you chose wrong. You're dead. I think that, like, for the Apple II Gamekeeper, you would have, like, 2 or 3 edutainment games on there. Just in general. It'd be like Oregon Trail, Bard's Tale, one of those fucking adventure games. Like Carmen Sandiego, maybe? E.T. comes back. But yeah, so the beauty of it is that if you, like, because there's the blank pages, you're meant to fill out your own games that you might have had in the book, you know? You fill out your own games that you're excited about playing and completing and rating. Hell yeah. Courage and wit have served thee well. Thou hast been promoted to the next level. 13 power. Response speed by 5. 15 hit points. Below the root! Yep. Below the root is good. Maximum hit points increased by 15. Maximum magic points increased by 7. I remember, I have an explicit memory of, like, kids fighting over discs for Below the Root on Apple II, of all things. Kids would, like, rush to the, like, diskette bin in computer club in fucking 6th grade so that they could get Below the Root And it was like, it was a bunch of Apple IIs. There was like one Mac that was black and white. And there was one Apple IIc. Or maybe two Apple IIcs. And below the root was one of the like most desirable games. So you had to get there early, and like line up. So you were at the front, and they would try to keep the kids orderly and be like one at a time, but like people would be reaching over each other and shit. But it was like, I remember the games that were there were like Paratrooper. There was Paratrooper. There was Castle Wolfenstein. There was Below the Root. There was something else. I think the Mac had either a card game or a pool game of some kind. $29.96. Level 18? Can I do the Dragon Lord at level 18, do you think? Or do I want a couple more levels? It seems kind of iffy. Can win at 18, but chancy. Alright, we'll go for 20. And doing the grinding outside of Cantlin is probably the best bet, right? Is there any... Is there any better grinding spot? Funny that you miss a lot more when you're higher level, even against lower level enemies. Aliens was big. Yeah, Aliens was a huge, like... It was a huge production when it came out, right? Like, in terms of... Oh, you know what? I should put this thing... I should put this... up here. Wait. How did I do this? Is it in the overlay? It must be in the overlay. Okay. Well, that's fine. Wolf Lord. Organism. Very important pair of games. Aztec Challenge and Forbidden Forest. Cauldron and Cauldron 2. Cauldron and Cauldron 2. There's just no completed game milestone in here. There's no completed game. There's like got frustrated and quit. Gave up. It's like what is the order of operations in Cauldron? It's like you get a key, you open a door, and then you get like items from inside the doors or something. That brings up a good point though, right? Do the games in the Gamekeeper have to be reasonably completable? No games have endings. Well, so here's the question, right? Is TMNT on NES reasonably completable? I think that answers the question, right? Is TMNT on NES reasonably completable? I don't think it is. I've completed it, and I don't think it is. Is this guy just impossible to hit? I've killed these guys like 1 billion times before. Is Dragon Warrior on NES reasonably completable? Hell, you got to the last area. There's one pixel perfect jump in the sewers where you lose a character every time you don't make it. Well, here's the question, right? Like, can you beat Impossible Mission? Can you beat Impossible Mission if you spend 14 hours playing it? is another question, right? And who knows how long Faxandu is gonna take. Oh, right, hold on. Well, I mean, it doesn't erase your tape when you run out of time. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is like, if you spent 14 hours playing nothing but Impossible Mission... That's good, Fabulous. That is good. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've spent 14 hours on this thing. This tuna. So, like, it's reasonable to beat it. I gotta pick something that has, let's try this. Well, I gotta pick something that has emoji. I wish you could pick the fucking test message to send it for the test. And again, not everybody's gonna complete every game. It's only for idiots like me who are like, I'm gonna go through and complete all of these games. Or at least, like, put some, you know, thing on there. Oops. I forgot to stop spell on him. What, Dana, what's the name of that game that's impossible to play on C64? It's like... irritating thing, annoying stick, spring ball guy. Thing on a spring, there you go. Spring ball guy. .edu. Son of Blagger. Sounds like an XKCD comic. Yeah, apparently Thing on a Spring is like... maybe only, maybe TAS only? Or something? System 11 was trying to play that or somebody. And it was like, how on earth did you get past level 1? I remember seeing a conversation like that. I've never played the game myself, so I can't really comment. How many games are there on... Left Empty, would it be helped by Severe Wibble? Would Severe Wibble help the game? Infocom games. Yeah, Zork has to go somewhere. It's a good question, Dana. Zork was huge, though. So... I inextricably associate my keyboard wire with my foot. Zork, a couple of the Infocom games with the XT. IBM PC XT clone that I had. The Zenith. But I don't know what other people's, like, 1985, 86 computing experiences were. Yeah, I'm sure it was released elsewhere first. I just didn't have any access to it until the XT. I remember, I think it was, Zork, Deadline, and Ballyhoo. Ballyhoo? Which is the one that has the cool thing where you pick your favorite color? And it gives you an entirely different game based on your favorite color. It's either Moon Mist or Ballyhoo. I don't remember which. It might be Moon Mist. But it would boot up and it'd be like, what's your favorite color? And depending on what color you selected... Okay, yeah. Moon Mist. Depending on what color you selected, it would give you a different configuration of the same characters and locations. That's pretty good. I'd play that game. I would probably play intentionally poorly, but... Stuck at a carnival after closing, yeah. I remember Deadline because, like, it had the like, psychic assistant or whatever. Which is like... Little computer people. The only problem with little computer people is that there's like... Yeah, there's no milestones, no completion, right? I think that's one of the reasons why, in general, sports games were left out of this one that you can't see me pointing at because of the slime. PvP is a hard thing to deal with, right? Because PvP was like there weren't any. The PvP wasn't exactly commercial. You can't buy multiple dragon scales, can you? Radishes. Or how proof may be obtained. The ancestor was great Erdrick. See a man in this town. Whoops. Item. Enter key. Maybe this strength. Thou may go in search from Tangential Castle 70 leagues to the south and even 40 to the east. I did that the hard way. Paste bin. Hover Bother. I hate that game, but if it was indeed a game of popularity. Temple of Apshai. Beachhead looked kind of interesting when I saw Hayes play it. This guy will not fucking cooperate. Get out of there. No! Fucker! Okay. I've seen that guy's shit before. So... Castles of Dr. Creep. Dana, here's what I think. A lot of games that weren't kind of extremely well known because they were easy to pass around. So that's another thing, right? That's another thing I've been thinking about is I feel like on some systems the prevalence of piracy is actually a factor, right? What games were the most popular to pirate? What and like for like shareware and public domain stuff. What there's the magic armor. We don't need that. We've got max stuff now. Dana, here's what I think you should do. Right, not a lot of people were pirating the multi-disc games. But on the other hand, right, like I want to say a lot of people on C64 were buying Pool of Radiance, but not a lot of people were like, not a lot of people were, yeah, discs with, like, collections of ports and stuff like that. Here's what I think, Dana. I think... yeah, cassette was the primary medium budget games. I think you should take that list, post it as a block quote in Gamekeeper Lab, and on the Discord. I don't know, was Human Race popular? Was it well known? Is it possible to finish? I like it. I like it. But that's a thing that, like... I try to step back from my own likes and dislikes in terms of whether a game should be included or not. Right? Like, I try to step away from my own like and dislike of a game and include stuff that I might dislike just because it was, you know, the most well-known game or most popular or something that people got excited about. The last V8 is awesome. I don't know if it's possible for humans to complete it, but geez. The first level's really cool. Hey, John Lovett's admirer, how are you? We're just playing some Dragon Warrior, and we're talking about what this little guy, the Nintendo Gamekeeper, what this would look like on different platforms other than Nintendo. Thinking about like the C64, Commodore 64. Now. Pajama-rama? That's the other weird thing is that, like, I feel like maybe better games have come to the forefront in the intervening years as compared to what was popular at the time. That's a hard thing to kind of reconcile. Yeah, Vork, do you think that that's actually something that's maintained or, like, available in any way? Because that was a lot of, like... Oh, shit. Bukaki Sunset, thank you for the tier 1 subscription. I appreciate the support. I hope you're having a good time with this meandering conversation and grinding gameplay. Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Right, so Dana, I was saying, I think your list is an excellent start. What I think is, I think you should post it in the Gamekeeper Lab and tag Hazemaker on it. That's what's missing from the conversation is Hazemaker. I think he probably has a pretty good perspective as well. He is, yes. So I think it'll be interesting. We might want to separate it by region, right? We might not, actually, right? Because there might be some games that were just universally important enough that they got releases in both regions, or they got, you know, ported or pirated. He's so British. Yeah, that's what I think as well. Also, I think there's a lot of games, I think Chiswicked probably also has a pretty good perspective, although the years, the, like, timeline might be shifted. I need to be over here. I need to gesture over here. The timeline might be shifted, because of, like, when he would have gotten the games. But, yeah, I think that's the interesting thing, right? Is that, like, there's probably a decent, shift in perspective between different markets and stuff, and it might actually help resolve some of the questions in terms of, like, the Apple II is kind of unknown, or far less known in Europe, right? Bam! Got him. Harry the Handsome Executive. I don't think so. That doesn't ring any bells. Whoops. Oh, I killed it. Jank. Weird jank. Oh, on Mac. I mean, I knew about Elite. I knew about Frontier and Frontier First Encounters. Yeah, let me have a quick look at that. Harry the Handsome Executive. Handsome Executive. Oh, is this like a gauntlet type game? Like a top-down thing? That looks kind of interesting. It's very interesting. Yeah, I gotta see if that'll run, how that'll run on the G4 Mac Mini. That guy back there. There it is. There it is. Hundreds of floppy disks and maybe 50 were official bought games. Let me see here. I have a general list. I have a general game list for the stuff that I play. Let me add these. Let me see. I have a specific thing that I need to do here, which is this. I need to copy a thing from here. This. Copy. You're getting to the list is kind of a pain in the ass. I should make this easier for myself. Storm Warrior. Storm Warrior is such a good game. I'm going to be putting Storm Warrior in my Gamekeeper as one of the add-on pages. Let me see here. That's not that password. That's that password. Hi, Duke. Hello, computer. Mac. Harry the Handsome Executive is a up-down gauntlet type game. Adventure elements? Question mark? I saw some like item use stuff going on there. C64. The timer for 14 hours is how long I've been playing Dragon Warrior. I'm letting it run though while I do some other stuff because I did like forget to run it at the beginning of the stream for a while. List of iconic software. So what was this? Phantom Karate Devils? And something else? It's probably scrolled off of chat by now. Yeah. Tidums. Tidums. Sounds like something you get off DL site these days. Yeah, let me put that in the background so it's not blasting my face with full bright monitor. Yeah, see, I think Moonstone definitely belongs in the Amiga thing. Now, here's the thing. Is Moonstone the Super Mario 3 of OCS? Well, so Super Mario 3 on the NES, right, marked kind of a like... It marked this particular high point of the NES's rise in popularity. The NES continued to be popular and to get good games after that, but it didn't, like... There were already good games before, there were good games after, but it was like... There was a whole fucking movie around Super Mario 3, you know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, like, Moonstone is, like... is huge. Yeah, Lemmings and Another World are other, like, really good candidates. So what we did before with, the Genesis was we kind of picked, like, two, we kind of picked, two kind of bracket dates based on when those are. So yeah, 1991. Well, here's the other thing, right? I think the Amiga needs to be separated into OCS, ECS, and AGA as two separate kind of eras. Not necessarily that all of the games have to be those chipset types, but that those are the two eras, right? The introduction of AGA and its popularity, and... No, that's what I'm saying. OCS, ECS is one, and AGA is the second. Sorry, I realize I said that a little ambiguously. But yeah, OCS, ECS in one group, and then AGA in the other. Well, so that's the thing, right? Is that not necessarily the AGA games, but the AGA era of games is the more important thing to separate, right? Like, kind of the way I look at it for the IBM PC, which I have a lot more knowledge and experience with IBM PC, is like the way I would separate IBM PC is like pre-EGA, EGA to early VGA, and then VGA. So like, I would say kind of like the way I look at Amiga, and this is kind of as an outsider. I'm not a like super Amiga dude. I didn't grow up with an Amiga except like looking in kind of from the outside and like base press up against the shop window like. But well, so the thing is that IBM PC probably gets several, right? So there's pre-EGA, there's EGA to early VGA, there's like what I call golden era VGA stuff, which is like probably 91 to 94. And then there's, like, the CD-ROM era, which is 94 and later. And I think, like, it kind of sucks to split it up into 4 distinct groups, but it's like the games and the technology that was happening are so different between those different eras that it was like, even though it's one platform, it changed so significantly between those parts. But for the Amiga, I kind of feel like there was, like, in the original, before AGA was introduced and became commonplace, before people were playing games on 1200s primarily, and don't get me wrong, there were still, like, a ton of 500 games being released, but it's kind of like, I don't know. It feels like there was a tonal shift in the type of Amiga games that were being made from, like, 1992 on, and prior to that. So, like, even the OCS games that came out after, like, 91 were games that were, like, much more mature commercially.
My God, that's fantastic.
MP83, thank you for the host. I think I saw you were playing some MSX stuff from your childhood. Childhood MSX games. Did you ever break the rock in the Mouseboat game? That's all I remember from the last time you streamed that. Part 11. That's a hell of an ongoing series. Nice. Well, I'm gonna have to check into some of those VODs. $70 compilation discs. Dang. Power increase 2, response speed 2, 15 maximum hit points. I learned a new spell. It's hurt more. We learned hurt more. One that seems to be lost media. Vi level. Yeah, that's why I say, like, I kind of feel like 91, 92 might be the... When did AGA... When was AGA made commercially available? AGA was 92. So, like, I feel... And, like, the Amiga was dead by 94? Right? Billy the Finder. Weird. Found a new game on your compilation disc. That's always exciting. You find something with no information. Yeah, so late 92. Yeah, there's some stuff on Amiga compilation discs that I don't see anywhere else. Like Miami Mice by Kyle Hogshit. Well, you know what I always say, Josh. If you're using an Amiga for productivity in 2020, something has unmistakably gone wrong. I do always say that, but it's not exactly on point right now. Yeah, no. So I guess, what was I gonna say? So if AGA was like 1992, VGA was already in like full upswing by 92. Like, I don't think VGA peaked until like 1994. Doom is probably the Super Mario 3 of VGA games, I'd have to guess. On IBM PC VGA era. We're getting there. We need one more level and then we'll be able to approach the Dragon Lord's castle. We just gained a level. We're talking about, I think VLB was like Super VGA CD-ROM era. VLB never really had much of an effect until like higher resolution stuff was on the horizon. Not that everything used higher resolutions at the time, but that was like one of the big drivers between the bus, behind the bus speed increases at that time. I think games that use 16-bit ISA video and had, like, more efficient drawing routines. Fuck, I have one of these cards around somewhere, just not within arm's reach. There's 8-bit and 16-bit ISA, right? And then VLB is 32-bit, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, stuff using 8-bit ISA was absolutely limited. those were mostly EGA cards. But it was when like discrete GPUs, discrete video cards, when discrete video cards on a 16-bit ISA bus were commonplace, I think they were sufficient for the majority of DOS games until the very late era stuff when they were doing like post-Pentium stuff. Then PCU, that movie about like starting some college that was like just about partying. Mule. I always get Mule confused with a fucking... You wanna know a secret? I get Mule confused with Jeff Minter games because of the fucking shape of the mules. I expected to go do Jeff Minter shit, and then it's Mule, and I'm like, oh, this isn't the game I was thinking. But yeah, VLB was like... VLB was specifically... I want to run games at 640 by 480 or 800 by 600. Oh no! You look like a lunatic, and your hair's all messed up. I mean, I think that here's the thing, is that, like, running on a lot of people, when I was playing Ultima Underworld, for example, a lot of people came in and said, oh yeah, this game was impressive, but it didn't run on machines of the time. And, that simply wasn't true, right? Like, Ultima Underworld ran acceptably for an RPG on a 386. There's no 386 in the world with a Visa local bus. Hey Kyo, how's it going? I'm doing alright. I don't know if you saw this, the Nintendo Gamekeeper. That's what we're doing tonight. The Nintendo Gamekeeper. Basically, this is a little booklet with a bunch of different, stuff in it. We got Batman. We completed Batman towards the end of August. I'm working on Dragon Warrior now. Got Faxanadu, or rather, Faxandu. And Mega Man 2. There's a whole bunch of games in here. There's 10 games that came in the book, and then there was space in the back to fill in your own. I filled in Final Fantasy here. But, my goal is to go through this. We're also talking about different stuff that, would go in, if you were to make one of these booklets for various systems around that time, what would it look like? What would the games be that you would include in this book? What I was saying, Josh. So, Ultima Underworld ran sufficiently. It ran fine for its purpose on a 386, right? Stuff like Doom, and like Doom ran at 30 FPS, or sorry, 35 FPS. Yeah, if you're talking about a 386 with without a math coprocessor, then yeah, but Visa Local Bus didn't become a thing until late 486 technology, right? Like DX, DX4 or whatever. It's not entirely irrelevant. If, like you said, you're using the CPU to pump data to the video bus, then you're bus limited if you only have an 8-bit bus, or you're CPU limited. If you don't have a math coprocessor, then you're running a slower speed CPU because those are the only configurations they were in, right? No, I'm not saying the math coprocessor itself, right? I'm saying if you're running a 386SX, you're running a 386SX16. If you're running a 386DX, it was probably a 25, right? The likely configurations of those systems, if you're running a 386SX16, yeah, it's not going to run full frame updates in VGA because it's not fast enough. But most people weren't running 386SX16 with VGA systems by 1991 or 92, when VGA was peaking, or I should say by 93 or 94, when VGA was peaking. I played Doom on a 386. It ran slow. It kind of sucked. But yeah, I like Dragon Warrior 3 a lot. The first one is It's very much that, like, it's that style of game. I mean, yeah, to a certain extent. I'm kind of not paying attention, and I don't need money for anything at all anymore. If I die, it's just it's a warp back to the first castle. Have a good night, Left Empty. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, with a 16-bit video card and a reasonably fast processor, like any kind of 486, most games ran perfectly fine in VGA. There was very little problem with updating the screen fast enough. Running a 1993 game on a 386 SX16, yeah, it's gonna run slow. It's gonna have problems updating. But they're practically separate era machines, right? And that's kind of actually where I draw the line in terms of how I would consider the era of games, right? Like, a 386, an earlier, slower 386, I mean, that's like saying, like, oh, a 3D game slows down when it has to blit every pixel every frame. And then saying, like, oh, well, you know, it uses some tricks to make sure it doesn't have to do that. It's like, it's one of those things where, like, yeah, smooth VGA wasn't commonly used in video games in 1987, right? VGA wasn't fully used in video games until several years later. And it wasn't commonplace until, like, 1991, at the earliest. So, like, the invention and the introduction of it, that's like saying, like, yeah, AGA was available in early, what did you say, early 91? Because the Amiga 4000 was out. Technically, it was available. I'm saying specifically, you said specifically Visa Local Bus was the thing that made the difference, and it isn't Visa Local Bus, it's faster processors. Visa Local Bus was like an extremely high-end and not commonly available technology until a while later. So Visa Local Bus and faster processors aren't the same time. I mean, you're moving the goalposts now, so what am I gonna do? You can keep... you can keep changing your argument. I'm not gonna continue arguing with you if you do that. So, like... I'm saying there's, like, clear definitions in what the games were like and how they worked. Like... I don't think there's one clear technology that you can point to and say, like, yeah, this technology specifically made it so that games changed in a fundamental way, other than VGA, right? Because the way that games were built in terms of the number of colors that they used and a general expectation of performance, yes. I think that there's a big difference between games that came out that were targeting EGA primarily. Yeah, 3D acceleration was another thing that was like a huge game changer, and that was later. I think CD-ROM was another big game changer. I think, was it Bivork that mentioned that? I think that CD-ROM was a huge game changer because it enabled, well, actually, CD-ROM is not necessarily a thing on its own, but several associated technologies that came around at the same time as CD-ROM that enabled large-scale digital images and some semblance of full-motion video. So yeah, multimedia libraries, that kind of thing. And yeah, some of that required fundamental changes in how computers were built. PCI and Visa Local Bus probably were necessary, and you couldn't run full motion video on a 16-bit ISA card. You could run almost any VGA game on a 16-bit ISA card with a sufficiently fast CPU. FMV, yeah. I mean, FMV was a huge era for not just like Windows games, right? But also there were FMV DOS games. A lot of those 3DO ports in like when people realized that 3DO was a failing platform, they ought to move their stuff somewhere. All those games got ported to DOS for the most part, right? Like there's a Horde game on DOS, which was originally ported from the yeah, Seventh Guest was DOS too, wasn't it? I remember playing. I remember playing Seventh Guest. Get this. It was an early version of DOS box.
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
Terribly White Ghost, thank you for the follow. I was playing Seventh Guest on my, like, I was playing Seventh Guest over a network connection on DOSBox. I was playing it on like the living room PC, or HTPC, I guess is the preferred terminology. So yeah. I think that, Bavoric, I think I remember that era just a little bit, but it was basically like, it was like, I just assumed that Windows games wouldn't work for a period of several years. So, anyway, I was playing DOSBox on an underpowered PC that was in my living room. I was using DOSBox, I was playing Seventh Guest, and the CD was mounted over a network connection on, like, 100 megabit or something? But it was, like, kind of crappy 100 megabit. And so the game would occasionally like kind of choke and stutter. Either it was data access problems from a congested network, or because I think it was plugged into a hub, not even a switch, right? A hub. And so I got to one part in the game where there's a clown. I think there's a clown. No, wait, hold on. I gotta think. Because the clown is near there. Right. I think it's shortly after the clown. The magician guy says something, and then you hear Tad's voice say, it's like the magician guy's on screen, and you hear Tad's voice thinking to himself, and it's like really poorly communicated, so it's just this like weird husky whisper, and he's like, trust him, don't trust him. And then like the magician, like, reaches over towards the, like, young Tad that you're seeing. And he's supposed to say something. He's supposed to be like, no, wait, boy, come back, or something like that. But instead, he just, like, he opens his mouth, he's like leaning in. He's like leaning in, and he opens his mouth like, and then it like froze. So you hear Tad's voice going, "Trust him, don't trust him." And then the magician like leans forward and goes, "Whoa!" It just makes this horrible fucking noise. I'm playing with my friend. We both lost our fucking shit laughing. Maybe in that situation, maybe don't trust him. Oh man, I remember it like very clearly to this day. The like, trust him, don't trust him. So good. What a wonderful game. Yeah, I remember, the funny thing to me was, like, early CD-ROM games. Like, I want to say Master of Magic I got on CD-ROM. And it was, like, Miss Spider's Nightmare Hellscape on PS1, yeah. Overclocked Miss Spider is wonderful. What was I starting to say? Early games on CD-ROM were kind of amusing to me. Like, Syndicate? Syndicate Plus I had on CD-ROM. I had Master of Magic on CD-ROM. And the funniest thing to me was that, like, the CD-ROM versions of the games were just, like, the discs. They were just, like... Yeah. Exactly. And it was like... I had, like... I think Master of Magic was, like, 14 megabytes on a CD-ROM, and I was like... Why didn't they put some other stuff on here? Yeah, I remember that. Master of Magic's such a good game. Syndicate Plus was another one that was like maybe 20 megabytes on the CD-ROM or something. The book? Wait, Papyrus? Where? I haven't intentionally said anything to Papyrus. Not on purpose. I should put just the words Comic Sans in the font Papyrus up on the screen somewhere. For no reason. I think I've told this story before. So, Yeah. It was definitely like... it was definitely better to have the game on a single CD than, like, 8 discs, for sure. So, one of my best friends, he and his wife both work in graphic arts. We'll say graphic arts. And so they pay attention to fonts and that kind of thing. And so one year for was that a housewarming gift? I think it was a housewarming gift. I I got them some, throw pillows with custom-made pillow covers. Is there pillowcases? That's what you call them. Not pillow covers. Pillowcases that said Comic Sans in papyrus and papyrus in Comic Sans. For them to proudly display in their home. It's one of the best things I've ever done. One of the greatest gifts I've ever given. So as you can see, my stupid sense of humor is never going to resolve itself. That vein of my personality is ancient. Wonderful, wonderful. You should put those up on Redbubble or whatever somewhere and link them so that people can buy them. I gotta figure out if I can do a like merch link for that to something. I don't know. I don't know how to fucking merchandise a Twitch channel. What am I thinking? I mean, put a link to it in the chat if you got them up there. Throw it in there. Official Duke Donuts merch. Which benefits Fabulous, which is fine by me. I just do this for fun. Man, I could make some really stupid stuff if I got into merchandising for the channel. God, but how do you make something affordable these days? How do you make like a $15 shirt instead of a like $25 custom shirt? Everything's stupid expensive, right? I mean, item number 1 has to be a Jin and Barrett shirt. Just because. Just because it's the funniest thing. Yeah, I suppose it's like, if something's affordable, you should question the supply chain at this point. I almost said that's dark bukkake. which is like, that's something else entirely. Oh boy, I'm getting a little sleepy. I think it might be time to turn in. It's fucking you sell a subscription, and like the first month everybody gets like a t-shirt and a poster and like a little statue, and then month 2 it's just like a bottle cap, some gum wrappers, bit of string. half a chicken leg. That's what I'm saying! That was their whole business methodology. I swear they had, like, the new subscriber box, and then the, like, second month box. I had a really good idea, like a battery subscription service that's, like, that purports to, like, provide you with batteries at the recommended interval where you fill out all the different, like, appliances and, like, battery using stuff you have, and it's like, oh, we'll send you batteries at the correct interval of for your devices. You just enter the device you have, and then it's just like it sends batteries every, like, couple of months, which is, like, way too often. 777 experience points. Let's not continue the quest. I think we will not continue the quest. We'll pause the timer. Pause the timer here. And save it, because sometimes I forget to save it. And then I think next time we stream this, we'll tackle the Dragon Lord. I think that's how we're gonna do it. Yeah. Shoelaces, inflatable crowns. Just continue that quest. No. Rest then, for a while. Please push reset, hold it in, then turn off the power. Let's load up something with good music. What's got good music? I know it has good music. Is it in here? No, it's in here. Wait, I know it has good music. This has good music. Yeah. I think that's going to do it for me, folks. I'm going to wrap it up. Incredible music in this game. Let's see who's streaming. Oops, if I spell following correctly. Who's streaming what? I haven't rated Sharpie in a while, and I see the word activator on his screen. I don't know if he's actually playing with the activator, but we'll find out. Let's raid Sharpie. Why not? What a good thing to do after a Nintendo-focused stream. But yeah, thanks for stopping by, everybody. Thank you so much for the bits and the subs and the follows and the lovely chatter and all the fun. Glad to see some new faces around. Nice to see all of the regulars. Great to see everybody. I had a fantastic time. Looking forward to putting Dragon Warrior to bed next time we stream the Gamekeeper stuff. And then moving on to Faxandu, which will take a million years also. Have a great midweek, everybody. It was fun. I will see you all very soon. Good night.